Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, A Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, Effie Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Sea Level Cultist, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twadwazzle, Jason Hornsby, J Mel's 24, Unamento, Iron 26, Endless, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand across with the most horrendous cold ever to whoever is in Discord and Google, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
I hope you'll enjoy tonight's episode with Matt Long.
Matt Long, he's back.
Today with me I have two-time YouTube banned Matt Long. Hey Matt, how are you?
Good. I'm doing great. Yes.
Welcome to the club. Thing that I learned.
The experiential aspects of our existence is my specialty, and it's the subject of a book I wrote called The House That Jesus Built. If you go to mattlongbook.com, it'll take you to that book on Amazon. And a little background on myself: I am a science lover. Okay.
What? Science lover? Oh.
Not a bad book, but it's not science.
What? To say you're a science lover is wrong on, I'm going to say 2 levels. See if we can get more out of it. But number 1, it's anthropomorphization. You can't fall in love with science like a person. So that's anthropomorphization. Making science.
She's a fickle lover.
Say again?
She's a fickle lover.
Fickle lover?
She's a fickle lover, that's science.
I think it's my preamp is a bit quiet. Hold on. Yes, it is. It's also reification. It's a method, right?
Right.
Like I used to love the idea of space and aliens and all that good stuff. And
why is that good stuff?
Good
This
stuff.
is a Christian channel. It's almost sacrilegious to you. I mean, okay.
in my late 20s, I started reading the Bible again for the first time. And I started to realize that the Bible is a lot different than the perceptions of the Bible that I was hearing on like the History Channel or the Discovery Channel. And that led me into study of the age of the earth, study of the Nephilim, the giants that came down in Genesis 6, or the angels that came down in Genesis 6. And I started to realize that the history of this place was...
Isn't it interesting that he's finding that it's different from the Bible, or the Bible's different from what he was hearing from media and all that stuff, and not from the pulpit and not from his pastors. It's like, and of course the Nephilim stuff and all that Genesis 6 stuff, no one was hearing about until things started to kind of reveal themselves, I think, since 2008 or 9. And of course, none of that was taught from the pulpit. I don't think anything that has been taught from the pulpit in the past few
That's not true.
decades.
I heard about the Nephilim from when I got saved. I always wondered why it was silent after chapter 6. They just mention it, and then that's it.
Yep. Now, I learned early on in the 80s, 90s about spiritual warfare and the whole.
Yeah, then they tell you when the Bible's silent, you be silent. Oh, I don't know about that.
It doesn't speak to that. That's the devil talking. Surely God didn't say that.
Like, why? Okay, we know that they're giants. Of course, that's why he probably flooded the earth, right?
Yep. Yeah, I haven't even thought about it until fairly recently that there was a creation before Genesis 1 creation. And that all
What
of
are you
that.
talking about now?
Hmm?
Nah, there's no gap theory. You're not talking about the gap theory, are you?
No. All I'm talking about is things that I go, that's interesting. I don't make any claims. Unless the Holy Spirit tells me that it's true. Like the firmament is true, and we didn't go to the moon because there's a firmament there. That's what basically
They were just,
locks it all for me. So, but
they were just
as far
talking about
as
that in a sports show that there's supposed to be an asteroid. They're not saying whether it's an asteroid or alien mothership that is heading towards Earth. This guy made a YouTube video, and he said, I don't know why nobody's talking about this. And then NASA comes in, and some Italian guy from NASA is saying that, oh, it's not even coming close. It's only going to go past Mars. But all of that stuff is hogwash. I felt like calling
Mhm.
in and breaking down gas pressure without containment for these sports guys that are just so, they're normies. They just follow what's being said in the media. And he's asking, well, is there any scientists on the case?
scientists.
Yeah, like, I don't know, man. So we just got to keep plugging forward with what we're doing here.
You're not a science lover, are you, Neil?
That's what he asks. Is there any astronomers or scientists that are looking into this? I'm like, what would a scientist have to say about it? If he doesn't comprehend gas pressure without containment yet, then he's QE before QE's eyes were opened. Right? Basically.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't. Unless you, my opinion, unless you truly ask God to humble you and show you and to open your eyes to what is true, then you're not going to see it. There's going to be a veil, and it's self-imposed, and most people don't even know they've self-imposed it. And that's where the trick of the devil comes in, is that he convinces you that you know more than God and that he doesn't exist, and that surely God didn't say that. He didn't mean that. You're misinterpreting it wrong. So,
Well, with that too, though, you got to be careful because a lot of times the way we're built, people start hearing their own heart. So you got to really be in tune with the Holy Ghost. to come to
within
all
that.
truth. Because I was in a prison cell, and I said, look, there's a lot of stuff going on here. I have a conversation with God in my cell. I said, I don't want anything that's not of you. So whatever's not of you, just don't let it enter in. Just only what's truth. And we would go to different various church services, and a preacher would come up and he'd be knocking people down, but just by waving his hand, and never touched me. I never was knocked down or whatever you want to call it. And I felt like I was an outcast. Like, what is this? I'm giving everything to you. I'm reading, I'm studying, I'm trying to understand you, yet all these people received you and I didn't. And I heard that
Nah,
small,
nah,
still
nah.
voice.
I would interject. God.
Hold on, let me finish.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I heard that
All right.
small,
Well done.
still voice say, heard the small, still voice say, what they received was not of me. And I never questioned it again.
All right. Thank you for finishing that. Abso-freaking-lutely. So that's what I was going to suggest was that what you were seeing was what you had asked God to show you to see. And then by listening to that still small voice, he's teaching you how the Holy Spirit speaks to you and how you understand to listen to the Spirit more than the world or other spirits or evil spirits and things like that. What you were seeing was not of him, although it could be.
Well, it takes you to the Word.
Right.
You,
But
you look in the Word, and in
right.
the Word, only the enemies of God were knocked back, right? The
Oh, that's
servants of
oh
God fell on their faces before him, but only the enemies of God got knocked back. You understand? When they came to
Neil,
arrest
that
Jesus,
is
whom do you seek? Jesus of
oh
Nazareth. He
my
said, I
God.
am he. They all fell back.
Wow. Thanks for that, Neil. And that's where I believe that this is how God works. God has you where he wants you to be every everywhere you're at, no matter what. You're talking to the people who you're supposed to be talking to, no matter what. And there are things available that um, he wants you to see or know about. And that's also how he speaks to you and how he answers prayer. And um, so thanks. This is why we're here, for you to tell me that and for us to
And
have this conversation.
and there was
That is
in
great.
prison, and listen, in prison, you have different, all different denominations coming in and teaching. And it was very, I don't want to say strange, because I asked God, I only want what's of you. So one time these teachers come in, and me and my friend John, we sign, because you want to get out of your cell as much as you can. So you sign up for a church service. So you go there, and you know immediately when they're speaking, like something's not right here. And there was this, we went, I said, look, it says Seventh-day Adventist Christian, let's go. So we went, and they started teaching, and something wasn't right. And then you find out what Seventh-day Adventists are, you know?
Right.
They take you to the
What's
Sabbath,
cool?
they
What's
take you back to the long sleep, and you're not with the Lord when you die, you just go into a long sleep. And so I was protected from that. I was protected from Jehovah's Witness that came. You just
yeah,
got to ask God, He'll
that's
take care of you.
yes, and trust that you will um, that you'll hear from him and stay in the word, because the word reveals a lot. And yeah, he'll protect you. And I've seen that a lot in my life, a lot. And once you see it, then you know that God is real. But it's all personal, and you can't explain that really to other people, and they won't understand all the time. Um, Man, I'm still blown away about being knocked back versus, because what you're explaining is being slain in the spirit, or is what that's being called.
That's
When
what they
people
that's what they titled it, which is ridiculous. Because who wants to be dead in the
Right.
spirit? I want to be
you want
alive
you're
in the
dead.
spirit.
Your body's dead. Your spirit's alive. That is such. But being knocked back versus on your knees and bowing down, that is profound for me at this moment.
Yeah, if you
So
look
thanks
at
for
it,
that.
if you look it up, only the enemies of God were knocked back, and there's only his
Right.
servants that fell on their face before him. And then the angel of the Lord would say, "Fear not, for I am a servant like unto you." There's always a fear not when there's a spiritual encounter, which Muhammad never got. Right? If you want to get technical, he said he got his. There was no angel did not say to him, "Fear not, I am a fellow servant of the Lord." He never got to fear not. Anytime an angel was before man, I mean, come on, you gotta. We're human, right? We see something like that, we're gonna tremble, but you'll get that reassuring word from God: "Do not be afraid."
Right. But for a split second, you're on your face.
Yeah,
You would be if you've seen him. I've talked with people who have seen angels, or who have um, talked to people that have seen angels around them, um, when they're missionaries, and they're like in places where they're basically very prone to getting killed just because they're missionaries, walking down the street. And there's all kind of testimonies that of fearful uh, angels that do actually protect people. So I believe that that's true. But man,
the closest I got, I did not see, but the person that was in front of me had to see, because I was going to do something that I would have definitely been murdered down the road, right? Not to, I try to make this as short as I can. Right? I was a young Christian coming out of prison, and I needed to get money, so I hooked back up with some old guys I ran with, right? And this one kid, Joe, he
mm-hmm.
was now married and dead. He was climbing up the ladder in organized crime, right? So he was gonna rob this social club because they never have guns in there, and they had a lot of money in there. So he brought me with him. Gives me a 9mm, tells me what to do. I had to knock on the door. I had the right code to say. There's a certain word you say, and they let you in, right? So I go and knock
So
on the
sir,
door. And a guy comes to the door, right? He's looking through the window. I said the code, and his eyes got so wide, like he was seeing something behind me, and he just said, "No!" And he ran the other way. And I was like, "What the heck's going on?" My friend Joey's in the car. I'm looking. I said, and we just wrapped it up and left. And then I found out that when I went home, my brother knew what I was going to do. And he called another guy that I was away with in prison, this guy, John, called them up and told them what I was going to do. And they began to pray for me. So I don't know if this guy's seen an angel behind me or something, but his eyes got really wide. He didn't see the gun. It was in my waist. He was only seeing me from the head, but his eyes got huge. And he just said no and ran the other way. And I looked behind me. There's nothing behind me that I could see.
wow,
I wonder if
what a
that was an
testimony!
angel just standing right there. Because if we would have did this, I would have been dead in a week.
Wow. Are you sure? Are you sure it wasn't you sounding like Joe Pesci and he just kind of freaked at the Goodfellas
Well,
reference?
everybody sounds like Joe Pesci there. That's what it is. It's a club. They go there to gamble and play cards. I was one of the guys. I mean, there's a certain word that we got, and I used the word and everything. I forgot what it was. I wish I could remember it. But certain knock, you knock. I think it was 3 knocks, right? 1, 2, a delay, and then a third one, and then they come. You give them the password. They open the door. We watched from the car. We watched about 5 or 6 people go in. Waited, then I went, and I'm telling you, it was something supernatural. This guy's eyes got so wide, like he was looking past me to something behind me. And just said, no, locked it and freaking turned the other way and ran away.
Well,
was like,
it absolutely is true. That doesn't surprise me at all, and it actually helps confirm how God works. And our battles are against flesh and blood, but powers and principalities and spirits, and it's spiritual warfare out there. Meanwhile,
and I know
Matt
I know my
Long,
brother's praying. Champion angels around him, you know. I
yeah,
know what they were praying. And then my friend John
oh
was
yeah,
like, "Are you crazy? You were gonna knock off that. You would be dead in a week even if you got away with that." Because he knew that whole area was Gotti's area, right in Ozone Park. So it was one of those social clubs there.
you were
So anyway,
gonna knock off a social club that's run by the mob. You freaking idiot!
yeah, of course, they
You,
got the money there.
you were then, right?
Yeah, yeah, we were gonna go to Arizona after that, but yeah, I wouldn't have made a week because they would have grabbed somebody would have said something. You know how they always find out who it was. But I believe God was protecting me.
I believe it too. Nathan was playing a Matt Long interview first thing when he came on, and your story is much more fun than Matt Long saying he's a science lover.
That system. They're not like our system. They're part of that system. They're different pieces. They're different luminaries. They're different lights in the sky that create the most sophisticated calendar ever created, that God created on day 4 for signs and for seasons. So I believe I can see Saturn in the sky. Okay, but Saturn is not a place that I can take a spaceship to and go visit. I can see Mars, a reddish light in the sky called Mars, but I don't believe we can actually go to Mars. I can see the moon. I don't believe we can actually land on the moon, and that's like one of the easiest things to disprove that we've ever gone to the moon, and that really just takes watching one
Oh, well, this is fun, isn't it? Dealing with a video with
video, and you
constant
can see how
whirly whirl.
fake that looks. And
The
even
irony is all that is true. If you're biblical, if you know the truth because of Scripture and because God is the creator and all of that stuff is true, then that stuff is true and you just leave it at that. There's lights in the skies. He's not really saying anything outside of his experience that isn't true, and he's not making claims per se. The only claim he's making is that he can't say anything more about it. I can't say that it's a planet, or I can't say that it's space out there. He's just not going the full 9 yards and saying these lights in the sky are, according to Scripture and according to the creator who created everything and describes creation, are stars. They're lights in the sky. They're lights in the firmament. along with the sun and the moon. Sun's a great light, moon's a lesser light. There you go.
And it tells you what they're for.
The things they show nowadays of like India going to the moon and all that, and it's just it's hilarious that people take some of that as fact.
Yeah, he doesn't.
When really,
he
I think
doesn't
it's just
go the full 9 yards and say, "This is, that's dumb," because there's a firmament. The firmament is true, and that's why no one can go higher. No one goes to heaven, but Christ, who came from heaven, and just he doesn't put the nail in the coffin on any of that and laugh at it.
Well, gas pressure requiring containment would do that. Hello, everyone. How you doing, Nathan?
Hello.
Yeah, good, other than this video constantly being whirly-whirl.
all 100% theater, similar to some of the other things we see on the news. But just because you can see something in the sky does not prove anything about what you're standing on. It proves nothing, actually.
Yeah. And what about how
we made all the maps using the lights in the sky to create the systems that have successfully navigated our way around the surface of Earth? Are they proving nothing when we expanded the known territories with them? Now, there is a temptation to decry all that because it's heliocentric. I didn't make any of these measurements, but they all were utilising lights in the sky and flat Earth elevation angles to them. Regardless of them not being my systems and those systems being further enhanced into heliocentric nonsensical orbital motion, doesn't alter that we have measured the surface of the Earth flat with elevation angles to the stars to develop successful navigation systems.
all this
also
Earth
working
is?
on those measurements.
Not your fault.
What was that, John?
It's the timing. I press play, and no, I won't be playing a video when I press play. I'll get whirly-whirl when I press play. But if I press pause and then press play again on my £5,000 computer that I was gifted, and with my 1 gigabyte internet connection during the day when no one's at home, obviously playing a shit video from some YouTuber means I get the whirly-whirl. And when I press play, it doesn't play. Obviously. Why would I expect anything less?
Makes total sense to me.
Surrounded. Can we talk a little bit about that?
It's just fucking impossible to run a show like this, right? I press fucking play, sit here with 3 or 4 or 5 seconds of silence to the point where I'm absolutely furious. I don't feel fucking well as it is, and I've got to put up with this shit. It just annoys me. Yeah, I can't fucking run a show if I press play and fucking nothing happens. And then when I start pointing out that there's been 5 seconds of dead fucking air, then it starts working, just to piss me off even further.
Much about maybe like an ice wall or what people think is sort of at the outskirts of the Earth?
Sure.
Sure. Do you two tosspots think there's an ice wall? Because if you two idiots think there's an ice wall, prove it. Okay? Right? Let's not talk in this distant way about these people who believe about ice walls. You are talking about the ice wall, therefore you are going to own this shit if you're going to talk about it. Okay, you pair of dicks? You are talking about this crap. So if I hear any shit about, flat earthers say X, Y, and Z. No, we don't. You are the ones talking about this shit because you're the ones who've read about it and have decided it's part of the subject. It isn't.
Sure. Let me just pop this up real quick here.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is
a azimuthal North Pole-centric globe projection. Now, the latitude system that this is derived with is measured flat with lights that this idiot has just said are useless and prove nothing. Okay? Well, one of the systems that's used globally and flat globe projection, in the case azimuthal equidistant for this map, utilise lights in the sky and have successfully been utilised to navigate the ground with. Now, does that mean that when you project the world azimuthal equidistant from a globe, that puts the island mapped on a globe as an ice wall around the edge of a map? No. But these two idiots have not the slightest idea how this map functions. So they're going to start strawmanning us about how flat earthers say this globe projection works. It's just sickening. Idiots talking about something I've spent 10 years learning about, so they can tell me what I believe. Pair of dicks. No, I do not believe this. And you two idiots haven't got the slightest clue what it's even called. I'll bet the farm you won't even name the map correctly. Whirly world, gigabyte connection, £5,000 computer.
What is generally accepted as like the flat Earth map here. It's called the.
Is it? Idiot! Liar! Burn in hell, you scum! No, I do not accept this generally accepted. Absolutely freaking outrageous. It's a globe projection, you utter clown. Why are you lying, you deceitful hellbound scum? Right? How dare you? This is a freaking outrage. This is not generally accepted as a flat Earth map. It's an azimuthal, North Pole-centric globe projection. If you did even 25 seconds of research into it, you'd know that. But you want to strawman me with it as a generally accepted flat Earth map? Wrong! The people who use it are globe believers. More recently than not, a guy down in Antarctica. That's who uses it. Globe believers use it because it's a globe projection. They just lie about it being my map. No, it isn't. So how dare you, you deceitful lying shit. Whirly whirl. Again, back to my why have I got £1,000 computer? I don't get it. Let's sit here in my outrage while I watch a whirly whirl go round on a basic fucking YouTube video. A basic YouTube video. It's not like I'm streaming 4K surround sound on this bad boy. It's a YouTube video. So why the fuck is my absolutely perfect internet connection only fucking useless when I need to play a shit video across a YouTube connection to record it? Then I'll get the fucking whirly whirl. I can have 5 kids in here playing YouTube videos at a party, and yet when I want to run a fucking show, my horrendously expensive computer on my horrendously expensive internet connection can't play a fucking basic YouTube video. Yeah? Why? Yeah, let's sit here and watch the whirly whirl go round. Why? Is it being streamed in HD? No. We're asking the computer to do a 480p stream of a fucking shit video. We're not asking it for 4K. I'm not asking it for 1080p. I'm not asking it for 720p. I'm asking my gigabit internet connection to do 480p. And it's got the fucking whirly whirl. Now, is it just me? Am I imagining this? No, my computer works perfectly. It's been tuned to within an inch of its fucking life. Yeah, it's not crashing, it's not failing, it's got bang up to date modern components in it with a bang up to date modern internet connection. Here we are with me having a rant about how this fucking video has got a perpetual whirly whirl on it. Why? Well, because I want to make a video talking about how Earth's flat. That's fucking why. No, we're not allowed to play it. Just not allowed to respond to this video. 480p is too much for me and my gigabit internet connection for my fucking audience. And people wonder why I swear.
Maybe we're supposed to just have a chit-chat today.
And
A second you started talking, Neil, after the long protracted silence, then the video decided to play once you started talking.
what it's showing here is that Antarctica is not a continent at the bottom of the globe, but
Sorry, it's a globe projection, you fucking retard. Did you look up the name of the map, you stupid spastic? It's a fucking globe projection. Telling me it's not part of a global Antarctica. It's projected azimuthal equidistant, North Pole centric, but it's a globe projection! You stupid idiot! Parts of the lines on it are derived from those lights in the sky you said proved nothing. So don't talk about this map, you stupid clown. Okay? If you haven't got a fucking clue what it is, don't talk about it! Whirly whirl, gigabit internet connection, $5 grand computer. Why would I expect to be able to play a fucking 480p video and get it to play 5 seconds after I've responded to it? Why would I expect such fucking luxury? Yeah, it's just too much. Too much to expect. Somebody talk so the video can start playing the minute they do. I'm not in a fucking mood for this. I feel ill.
Continental ice
I am
shelf
absolutely fucking exhausted. I'm completely overworked. Poor as all fuck. Yeah? Spending most of my time worrying about whether or not I'm going to dip into my fucking overdraft I don't have anymore because my bank's taken up for me. I am fucking miserable. And when I actually get to do the only fun thing in my fucking day, which is this, I get to moan about how a fucking 480p video won't even play. And it's been like this for fucking ages. Now, it's not like this during the day. It's not like it when I do anything other than make my show. Yeah? Every other time of the fucking day, this is perfect. Everything works consistently without any issue. The second I want to do anything around this sort of time, that's work, then it all goes to shit. Nothing fucking works anymore. Yeah? If I'm tearing Simon down a new one, suddenly everything starts going squirrely. It's bollocks. The fuck is going on? It's a 480p video on a gigabit connection. What the fuck?
Good morning, Nathan.
Not funny. This is like
Nathan.
somebody, if you're at work, just pissing all over your floor, Neil. That's what it is. You've just laid a nice floor and someone comes along, urinates on it.
That's their problem. Listen, you're bringing out truth here. You're battling the prince of the power of the air, the airwaves. It's going to go wrong. It's not going to go smooth for you. Yeah, you can play a video game. Your kids can have fun with it. They're not changing anything. You are. So you're going to get great resistance.
Yeah, we're not responding to this video anymore. It just does not work. That is the simple facts of the matter at this point where I'm fucking stuttering my words out my mouth. I'm furious. Spent about 10 fucking grand on this computer.
Encompasses our world.
Yeah, now it works. Why? Why?
Encompasses the lake.
Why? Why does it work now? Any particular reason? No, there's no fucking reason why it's doing this. I've spent about 10 fucking grand on this piece of shit. I'm fucking tired of it. So that I can have a decent work life. So I'm not spitting fucking feathers because a video that's 480p is consistently horrendous to deal with. Literally unfucking watchable. Isn't it? Literally, it's unfucking watchable. Why should I have to deal with this shit? Meanwhile, the cunts that we are fucking dealing with will misrepresent everything I stand for in their video, and undoubtedly any old fucker can come along and watch this shit and listen to this two pair of arseholes misrepresent everything I stand for. Tell the world that this is what I believe is a flat earth map. They can basically lie about me. And any fucker who goes and watches them will watch it in whatever quality they like, at whatever connection level and quality they've got, without issue. Me, it doesn't fucking matter how much I pour into my unbelievable cunt of a computer. It will never play a 480p video consistently for me to be able to record it. It doesn't fucking matter if I spend the next 10 years tuning this cunt of a computer. It won't allow me to play a fucking video. And I'm tired of it. 10 fucking years of this shit. And it doesn't matter what I do to try and resolve these issues. What can I do? Should I buy an even more expensive? There isn't a more expensive internet connection.
Nathan, I've got an idea.
What?
If you really want to, you can download the video and then play it from your PC rather than from YouTube. And then you can just delete it afterwards. That's one way around having to play.
So I can't
from YouTube.
I can't. So what you're saying is I can't just react to a video someone sends me live. That's not possible for me with my gigabit internet connection. I need to download it first, during the live stream so that I can respond to it without this fucking useless shit that I'm dealing with now. So I just can't deal with live videos, basically, is what you're telling me.
At the moment, yeah. Until Craig visits your house and has a look.
What's he going to look at?
Your internet
What's he going to
provider.
look at? I've had him over dozens of times. What's he going to do? He's going to sit in front of it and go, yeah, it works perfectly. And I go, yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, until I want to fucking record something or respond to something, like now, then it won't fucking work properly. Then nothing works properly. I'm fucking tired of
The
it.
internet provider, and I've them come over, and then you showing them, and you proving to them that your livelihood is being ruined by this issue. So it's their duty to fix it.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
Well, I didn't say it'd be fun, but it might help you fix the issue.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I'm writing a book, selling microphones, running a live show, editing videos, and homeschooling 2 children. I think I should fuck away a couple of hours on the phone to an internet provider. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. Now, I'm not moaning at you. What I'm saying is, I don't have any fucking time for this shit. I'm tired of it, right? I want to sit in front of a computer that's had literally thousands and thousands of pounds pumped into it. Just fucking play a cunting video. Right? But no, that's too much to fucking ask. In order to play a 480p video about 2 p.m, I need to spend several hours on the phone to my internet provider that I pay thousands of pounds to. Why? Well, because obviously I should have them sitting in front of me doing my fucking live show, showing them what I'm now recording, which is a whirly whirl every fucking day when I come to make my show.
Mate, I'm sorry for it. I don't know how else to help you. I'm just trying to give you suggestions. Maybe we just chill out and try and take it easy.
Let it all out.
The thing that annoys me more than anything is I assume this is the greatest of outcome for everybody who fucking hates me. Oh, he's on his last fucking nerve, is he, with this shit? Yeah, I fucking am on my last fucking nerve. I'm surrounded by total cunts. Total cunts who lie about me daily. Why? Because I say Earth's measured flat. So that means I've got to be lied about in every fucking which way possible and be fucked around to the nth degree in every single respect of my fucking life. Because I talk about how Earth gets measured, I get fucked around to the point of the edge of sanity. It ain't fucking fair.
So the center of this map is the North Pole, and everything pointing away from the center is pointing south, just like on a globe. There is no difference. If you stood on the North Pole, any direction you look is south, just like on this map. West and east are counterclockwise and clockwise circles around the North Pole, just like on a ball.
Retard, go and buy yourself a fucking compass, you stupid spastic. Go and hold the fucking compass and tell me that south is something similar to a ball. Have you ever used a compass? Obviously not a Boy Scout then, were you, stupid twat? No, don't compare what north, south, east and west are to a ball. Because it won't function with a ball, it's two-dimensional. Directionality's two-dimensional. Yeah, to quote Simon Dan, if you use directionality, you're secretly a flat earther. End quote, Simon Dan. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, go and buy a compass and look at it. And that'll be the whirly whirl. That'll be me not getting the video that I've pressed play on to work on my gigabit internet connection. This is a 480p video.
What was you going to say, John?
I don't know. I was going to say it does seem that the anti-flat earthers from Antarctica don't get the whirly whirls, which is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, you can stream a fucking phone call from Antarctica to me via Starlink, and it'll
the only
work.
difference
Meanwhile,
is,
when I open my fucking trap, this video will interrupt me after sitting with it on the fucking whirly whirl for a couple of minutes. Second I open my fucking mouth, it'll start working, won't it? Yet meanwhile, you can talk to me about where are the fucking guns from Antarctica. Meanwhile, yet me with a hard-wired gigabit internet connection, I can't play a 480p video. It's a fucking joke.
Does seem like you got forces working against you, Nathan. I guess it's showtime. Or the
Is
worldly
there any way
world.
is there any way to increase the
In which
buffering?
people have to fly when heading in different directions. So when you
What a fucking joke. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. Now we are joined by Neil, Refracted Curvature, Sensual Goat, and a whole bunch of people in the Flat Earth Debate Discord server, so welcome one and all. More whirly well.
Well, since we're talking about it anyway, this Earth curve mass that you're alluding to, could you go in further into how that actually works?
The begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator acquires as the first measurement your elevation off sea level or surface level. It's right there in the maths, labelled surface level. Now, if, just in case your opponent decides to tell you that no, surface level's actually curved surface level, like Dan did in his most recent video about me, curved sea level, then point out that in the same exact mathematics, that's begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve mathematics, they have parallel eye level to derive the dip angle calculation from the height off surface level, flat and parallel with the elevated eye level you'll use for your dip angle calculation, to calculate into existence a point below the surface level you just measured that must remain flat and level and parallel with the eye at altitude for you to mathematically infer that there's a second surface level below the surface level you just measured that you can mark with an X and label horizon in an orthographic view.
So even in Earth curve maths, the surface is not curving. That's odd, isn't it?
Correct. But they had us looking for curvature for years. Some people are still looking for curvature. I hear it every day.
Quick shout out to Chow Yun Cat for the super chat. It says, "For it is by the grace you have been saved through faith. This is not from yourselves. It is the gift from God, not by works, so that no one can boast." Okay, thank you for the super chat.
That's Ephesians 2, 8, and 9, I believe.
As long as I'm not being called a heathen or anything while I lose my temper and get frustrated about the current state of affairs in Flat Earth. The anticipation for the book that's coming out, right? That anticipation is being expressed by me currently as frustration, right?
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, I typically don't mind being misrepresented and lied about. I'm kind of used to it, but by the same token, it's like I want people to actually read the book and hear the information so that it's solidified, cemented, whatever the word is, in people's minds as they're talking about this subject. Every turn I seem to take in Flat Earth at the moment, excuse me, I see another Flat Earther punting the 2014 arguments like we need to look and figure out whether or not we see too far. Like, we're measuring Earth flat with sea level. We're measuring the Earth flat. And our opponents admit it. I mean, admittedly, they'll say, yes, it's okay, we can use trig, it's perfectly good to measure Earth flat over short distances, it's locally flat, and that's fine. It doesn't mean Earth's flat because over big distances it breaks down because Earth's a ball. You go, okay. So we measure Earth flat then. Okay. So our opponents, like I told you 6 months, 12 months ago, will be telling you just how flat Earth is measured when you put this to them. And here we are, with one of the biggest anti-flat earthers out there, making a response video to me and agreeing with me. Telling his audience, yeah, we measure Earth flat at the local level. That's cool, that's perfectly fine. It's much more convenient to measure Earth flat. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, we do. So why are we arguing about how far we can see again? Am I missing something? Have I dropped the ball here? Why do I need to go and buy a pair of binoculars or a P900 and film boats coming back? Am I missing something? So we're going to look over the sea level. Will we measure the distance to the boat in a straight linear fashion and call it a mile? Or 3 miles or 5 miles? Will we do that? So we'll require Earth to be a flat horizontal plane of reference to describe the flat linear distance in miles to the boat over the sea level that's used to describe any height. And if we're going to calculate anything from it at all, we're going to measure our height off the surface level, perpendicular to it. So, unless I'm very much mistaken, before we do anything, we'll measure Earth flat 3 different ways first. Okay, sorry, why are we doing this again? Why do we need a camera? My height's off sea level. The sea level is level. My elevation's described perpendicular to it. The distance that we're going to ascribe to anything I'm looking at is going to be flat, straight, linear, and described with miles. So we're going to need a flat Earth prerequisite 3 different ways before we do anything. But I'm going to do those 3 flat Earth prerequisite motions and measurements and then argue about whether or not it's flat. Why? Why would I do that?
It does seem like it's deliberate. It does actually seem like it's deliberate. That's why the book is important. When it comes out, people will get it in great detail. I don't know why the penny's not dropping.
And the reason people like to do it over water is because you can ensure that you're standing at sea level on one side.
So we can ensure that we're standing at sea level. So we've got sea level. Retard. A dickhead. Idiot. So you need sea level then. Yeah, game over. Earth's flat. We need sea level. axiomatically it's flat for you to have this discussion and describe sea level for your altitude off it. So we're going to start by having a sea level. Earth's flat. If you don't understand that Earth is flat, go and measure Earth in any capacity. Or, like this idiot, just describe anything to do with a reference that involves Earth, in this case sea level. And very quickly you'll find yourself using terminology and language that axiomatically forces Earth to be a flat plane, whether you like it or not. Now, for this retard that we're responding to, if you reach the point where you axiomatically understand that we need a frickin' sea level, you can do one of two things. Deny that Earth is measured flat with sea level, in which case you have no measurements to make any claims with, globe or otherwise, or you drop to your knees and faceplant into the axiomatic sea level that you require to further this discussion. Not with me. Now, I'll stop this perceived to be discussion at the point that we require Earth to be flat with sea level. Because there is no discussion moving forward. Earth is flat. It's got a sea level. Yeah, we've measured it. We checked. It's level. That's why we gave it the title. Okay? Earth's flat. We checked. Okay? We know it's flat. We checked. Yeah? Everyone who talks about Earth and its measurement will affirm this fact. It's flat. We measured. We checked. Okay? You don't need to go out with your cameras.
And looking at sea level on the other side.
On the other side of a linear flat measured mile distance that you'll ascribe if you're going to describe how much curve there is deviating from a horizontal plane, mathematically, in begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculators. Yeah? The ones that were derived from minimal radial values that use the lights in the sky, you said prove nothing. You, sir, don't talk about this subject ever again. In fact, you should be making an apology video. What's this man's name? This man has misrepresented me. He's lied about models that aren't mine, that he didn't understand and was too ignorant to even name correctly. He's a disingenuous, deceitful, scumbag liar, and I expect him to make a retraction video pointing out that he had no place in this discussion. He shouldn't have been talking about idiotic notions of curvature with sea level in his descriptions. He needs to make a retraction and point out his own ignorance and never make any videos about the nature of how flat Earth gets measured with sea level ever again. Yeah, we're going to be expecting retraction videos, you stupid clown. Why are you discussing this subject? Why are you even here?
And there's a calculation that we use, and it's 8 inches per mile squared.
That's not a calculation. That's a squared function. The calculation is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height measured off a flat Earth. That's the distance to the geometric horizon in the, begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator. I know it because I've been dealing with this subject 10 years. I'm not lying about what Johnny Bravo here has as a map or model. I don't need to lie about Johnny Bravo's embarrassing lack of understanding of what science is when he declares himself a, quote, science lover. He's not. He's a liar. Now, by his own standards, he should burn in hell for being such a disingenuous shitbag, lying about what most people accept as models, when I'm vehemently opposed to that crap that he's lying about, stuttering about, and claiming that his calculations are 8 inches per mile squared. That's a squared function. That's just a declaration of a squared function that you clearly do not understand.
Third is the calculation to determine how much vertical curvature should...
Sorry, how much vertical curvature? Do you mean drop from the horizontal? Maybe you could give us some other nonsensical dribbly words.
Should be in between you and what you're viewing. And so basically in 1 mile, there should be an 8-inch drop.
1 mile's a linear flat measurement. The drop would be a drop from the horizontal plane of reference I described in the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking curve calculator, as the drop from the horizontal, the surface level, in the maths. I understand this maths, that's why I can and will talk about it. You do not understand this maths. Yeah? You are ignorant. Do not talk about this subject, you ignorant man.
and it's a squared relationship. So in 2 miles, it's then 32. It doesn't just go 8, 16, 32. It increases exponentially. So when you get up to large,
Right, exponentially? No. It's a squared function, not exponential function. Squared function.
distances, that can really make an enormous difference.
An enormous stuttering around the fact that you don't know the calculation to the distance to the geometric horizon below surface level in the Earth curve maths. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height of a flat Earth. In order for you to infer this Earth curve, you will need to measure your height off surface level perpendicular to a plane of reference labelled as surface level in Earth curve maths. It won't be bending surface level, because then it wouldn't be level, and it wouldn't have eye level, useful for deriving dip calculations to mathematical only geometric horizons, parallel with surface level. So it will need to be flat, you will have to measure Earth, and it will be the surface level in your maths. It's not a squared exponential, just so we're clear.
We'll go to like the most extreme example. There is a world record photograph of a guy who basically, he was standing in Spain on a mountain, and he took a picture of a mountain in France. It's like 275 miles away.
The distance would be straight and linear. A flat Earth could only be used to describe the distance. The height of each mountain would be measured off a flat surface level described as an average with sea level. That's how you get the altitude in feet or meters of both mountains. To describe anything in this description whatsoever, like earlier when I said, I've got to accept 3 axiomatic flat Earth principles, coincidentally, they're the same axiomatic flat Earth principles that Simon Dan agreed to. I mean, he only said it was locally being measured flat with these axiomatically tied to a flat Earth principles, like linear flat distance and perpendicular elevation off sea level. These are the flat Earth measurements that make Earth flat. By measurement. So I'm not going to be discussing how some idiot flat earther's gone out with his camera and ignored the fact that he needs sea level, or that the mountain's height's measured off sea level, or that the linear straight distance to the other mountain requires Earth as a horizontal plane of reference. All of these things just show me, in no uncertain terms, that Earth is flat, because that's how it's being described and measured in this example, before we do anything.
Now, if he was standing at sea level, taking a picture of sea level,
then we've got sea level. So if we've got sea level and he's standing at sea level, it is. That's the end of this discussion. It's not an if statement, you complete fucking retard. If sea level, why if sea level? Am I missing something? Am I going mad? Is sea level an if statement? Or do we just have sea level? Yeah, we do, don't we? We just have sea level. So it's not really an if statement unless we've got retard flat earthers with P900s standing at sea level and going, you know what? I'm standing at sea level, something axiomatically tied to a flat earth, something useful for building things and navigating. I'm standing here at sea level. If sea level, then my P900 pictures, blah, 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 bullshit. Then there's a debate to be had. Now, if sea level, then sea level. There's no if statement. It's not necessary. You just need to acknowledge and get on your knees and acknowledge how flat Earth must be for sea level. It's level. It's all of the sea.
there should be over 10 miles of curvature height.
Right, if sea level, then curvature. Sorry, you're a retard. Listen to your own statement. If sea level, then curvature. Are you a spastic? No, mate. No, the sea level being sea level is just sea level. We use sea level. There's no if statement in sea level. It certainly isn't if sea level, then curve. That's the stupidest thing you could possibly say. But it's because of idiot flat earthers going out with their cameras and saying it for you on your behalf. Yeah, the ether retards that conned you and grifted you into believing that you get free energy from a non-experiment they lied about called Michelson-Morley. Those idiots have led you to make the declaration, if sea level, not just sea level, then curve, well, then it wouldn't be sea level, would it? But it is. We definitely have sea level. It's used regularly, daily. We build things and measure things like heights off surface level. using that average for the whole of the world. So we don't really need any idiot flat earthers with their P900s, do we? We've got sea level. What more do you want? You need something better than the entire world averaged to a single horizontal plane of reference. Is that not a good enough flat earth measurement? You're using it! I'm pretty sure it's good enough. You're all using it.
Hiding either end. But he wasn't. He was up on a mountain, which the higher up you are,
the higher up you are, the more you need axiomatically a plane of reference to describe the height perpendicular to. If you're going to go up a mountain and describe how high it is, you're going to be on your knees acknowledging how perpendicular to a plane of reference it is for the height measurement of sea level. Everywhere on Earth is measured flat. There are no exceptions.
Further you can see, and so you have to account for that. And so when you account for that difference in elevation,
you don't need to account for any difference in elevation. The difference in elevation proves Earth's flat already. We don't need to go around proving what the difference will show us when we compare it to the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculators, use of a 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height off surface level. We're measuring Earth flat to make your inference that sea level isn't level, it's actually curved. Axiomatically violating the base principle your curve inference came from also. You're begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator has an R value in it. Where do you think you got that from? Measuring Earth flat with the lights in the sky, this idiot, ignorant fool suggested prove nothing. Yet you got an R value you're using to suggest and infer sea level ain't level if you look across it. Idiots.
The vertical curvature that was missing between those 2 points was over.
The vertical curvature missing, to describe a vertical curvature, that's a drop from a horizontal plane of reference. You need a horizontal plane of reference to describe it from in the first place. You haven't got anything missing. This is an idiot's way of saying, if I can measure Earth flat, I can describe a scenario where it isn't flat. Because there's missing curve that I derived by measuring Earth flat, inventing a curve to describe having, and then looking at and comparing the flat Earth with the sea level and the linear distances I'm measuring it with. Do you understand how stupid you, and this guy's no different to any other flat earther, he's dabbling with the shit you idiot flat earthers have put out there for 10 years. That's what this develops. This guy's a victim of idiot flat earthers telling you that they're the arbiter of whether or not Earth's flat with their P900s and they're seeing too far. Ignoring every single flat Earth prerequisite they have to measure along the way.
5 miles of curvature. And just for some reference, Mount Everest is roughly 5 miles tall.
So we've got a height off a flat plane for Everest. Yeah, I can just end the discussion here then, can't I? If Everest's got a height perpendicular to a plane of reference, it's its height off sea level, so Earth's flat. Either you get on your knees and acknowledge that to describe the height of Everest, you need a flat Earth to describe it or measure it with, or you can relinquish any measurements of any mountain ever. That's your choice. It's called the rock and hard place. The rock being you on your knees acknowledging how flat Earth must be to describe the height of the mountain off the flat surface level, or you can say, oh no, that's not a measurement, because it ain't globe-shaped, in which case you haven't got any measurements. You can just deny the measurements you rely upon that come from a flat Earth in the first place.
Yet you could see the entirety of the mountain from the mountain he was standing on, so there was actually zero curvature across 275 miles.
Of linear, flat, straight, measured distance for a height that you're going to say isn't missing any of the bottom of it. You're talking about a perspective representation with a linear distance and a height that you've already acquired off a surface level to put it through this calculation on screen. The H value comes from surface level, eye level's parallel. You need to measure your height off surface level and your distance in a linear, straight fashion to do these calculations. Good. that someone trying to get a word in? No? Well, on that note.
No, man, you're on a roll. Rock with it.
I'm ill. I feel awful. I am so poorly. I've got sweat pouring off me. I've got a fever. I know I have. I shouldn't have done a show today, really. Anyway, let this videographer know, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me as my voice starts cracking up. This videographer is called Bible Geeks. So please let Bible Geeks know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that doesn't immediately get eradicated by the YouTube algorithmic bots, or indeed by the videographer themselves. So you can see that swinging by its way in the YouTube live stream chat as we speak. There it be. So don't ignore it. I'm not saying it for my health. If you are actually watching, please do actually pop along to this videographer and let them know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. There's almost 100 people watching this live stream. So this isn't a particularly massive YouTube videographer. So I'm sure they'd be very appreciative of the subscribers and the views and comments and thumbs up and stuff. So yeah, please let them know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me.
Another example would be the state of Kansas. That state is 420 miles wide. It means that it should have a 20-foot tall bulge in the middle of it, which is pretty significant.
How's the bulge measured? Anybody? So there's a bulge in Kansas. Okay. I'll bite. So there's a bulge. How's it measured? How would we measure a bulge?
How big is the bulge? We're measuring everything off a flat Earth. Because any measurement, it requires a flat, level surface.
But its height will be...
That's how we do it.
Dead.
I was going to say, you're going to measure the deviation of level from level to assert there's a bulge.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah. So the deviation from the horizontal plane of reference in the first instance will describe how high the bulge is or how low the depression would be if it was a valley. So you need a flat plane of reference to describe bulges with on the surface, or relief in the case of the salt flats. The relief is described from a horizontal plane of reference. The overall average for the whole of the world is sea level. Stay healthy, says Pablo, sorry.
For a state that's supposed to be flatter than a pancake.
Gigabit internet connection. Don't buy Virgin Media. Don't get Virgin Internet. This is what you get. I've paid for a gigabit connection. This is what you get. Whirly well.
He's asking
480p quality.
About the bulge of a flat pancake.
Which, by the way, it's only the 9th flattest state.
Sorry, go ahead, John. Obviously, you're being interrupted by a video I pressed play on 25 seconds ago.
Well, he's asking about the bulge of a pancake. What the hell?
Now, right on cue, my stream's going whirly whirl as well. Yep, got stream issues as well now. Nothing wrong with the computer, everything's functioning perfectly. Just my expensive gigabit Virgin internet connection that's absolute garbage. Don't buy Virgin. No, nothing. Oh my god. I'm going to round out. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and Jeepers panels for making today's live show possible. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
What kind of question is that?
Say again, Neil.
Can anyone explain, do you measure relative to the parallel horizon, or do you supply dip correction before to calculate where the true horizon is? Dip correction has nothing to do with measurements when you're measuring mountains. They think it's Earth curve.
The guy reminds me about that Lite.
He's asking, how do we verify we measure flat? Well, anytime you use heights, what do you think you're getting the height from? You're certainly not getting it from a curved baseline, because then you wouldn't have a consistent height.
All level parallels with horizontal. So he's standing on will always be horizontal if it's level and it's considered a horizontal plane, which would be level.
Doesn't make any sense to the ballers because they're on a ball.
I don't think he's a baller. I think he's a troll. I think
Dip
he's got a couple
correction
of
seems
gotchas for new people.
yeah, dip correction
Sorry.
seems to be the new gotcha for people
Yeah,
who
because they think you're freaking adjusting for the curvature of the horizon. Really?
I think the gotcha comes with the calculating of the dip at all.
Yeah. Once they hear that, they assume, oh, you're adjusting for curvature, of course.
it's usually in the format of why would we need to adjust for curvature with the dip correction if the Earth wasn't a globe?
Yeah, exactly. We know how to use it. That's what they use for.
Dip correction's called height of eye correction. It adjusts your eye to the surface level because you're above it. The measurement's taken at port. You're measuring your height off the surface. How high you are. That's what dip correction is. If it was adjusting for ball, then why would you make the measurement at port of your height? What is height? Oh, your elevation off surface level, off the sea level. This is all flat earth prerequisite. They want to argue after they've measured heights off surface level to do the dip correction with. So what do? Do we argue about whether or not we're correcting to a ball when we've just measured our height off surface level at port? I'm going to go with no. I'm going to go with the sea level, still the sea level, and we're getting our height above it to correct to the sea level for this to be trig. There's no curves involved. We're not correcting to any curve. We're measuring at port.
Right, because
Or
if
my
your
rubber
eyes
ducky.
were on the surface, exactly, with the rubber ducky, you wouldn't be correcting for anything.
And bubble levels and artificial horizons on sextants used in the air totally blow away the need for dip correction.
It reminds me when I was 17 and I worked at a supermarket, and people used to come up to me and ask me where the crisps were, and I used to tell them they're at the aisle with the huge sign above them saying crisps.
Oh boy. The word of the day, whirly whirl.
Well, at least Nathan was in rare form. He was really tearing that video up, just shredding them.
Yeah, you should have just did a treatment on it.
I'm
Yeah, I was
sorry.
looking through Johnny Bravo memes, trying to find one appropriate. That was hilarious.
It's the hairdo, man. It's the hairdo.
I'm going to annoy a lot of people who are of a slightly softer disposition with all my swearing. I'm sorry if that's you.
I'm offended about the crystals. I'm still clutching my pearls.
I love the hippie crystal wearing, like tie-dye wear. I got that in my mind, like them clutching their pearls. How dare you insinuate anything about
Well, when you're angry, people understand what's going on, and believe it or not, there's a lot of leeway for swearing. It's the swearing that makes no sense that annoys people. Not if you're going through something and you're frustrated about something, then yeah, it just comes out.
I'm just worn out.
Yeah,
Like me personally, I wasn't offended at all because I know that's got to be frustrating. Right now, you want to rip something apart, and you're relieving your anger by swearing.
but being misrepresented for 10 years, what's he supposed to do? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of understandable why a flat earther would be swearing at that video. After 10 years, you can't even represent our position correctly. Come on now.
Yeah, that's deliberate, John. That is deliberate. I don't care who this guy is. He's deliberately speaking nonsense from 2014, 2015.
I got told 10 years ago, here's your map. Here's how you argue. You argue with these maths for Earth curve. That's how you be a flat earther. I was told. I'm like, what? Remember Anthony telling me? No, we're supposed to argue about Earth curve with these maths here. Are we? Yeah, that's how we're supposed to do it. That's what being a flat earther is. Now, you've got a P900 yet? No? Why do I need one of them? Oh, so we can go out and look for Earth curve. Really? Why? 10 years of it. How many Scientologists do you think leave Scientology and then someone comes up to them and goes, here you go, here's a book on being an ex-Scientologist. First thing you need to do is learn all about Xenu. Here's how you learn about Xenu. In case you get any arguments with anybody about Xenu, you need to know all about it and how it don't work. So better, now you've left, better brush up on your Xenu knowledge. Now you're not a Scientologist. Now, by contrast, you don't want to be in the religion of heliocentrism anymore. Then you better learn how Earth curve don't work quick sharp. Really? Why? Well, so you know how it doesn't work. That's what you do as a flat earther. Learn all about how Earth curve doesn't work. Obviously. Wasn't it obvious? Here's your Earth curve maths, on you go. Go out and look for it at the horizon over the sea level. Yeah, measure your height above the sea level so you can put it into the Earth curve maths. And as you're looking over, you can go and get a map or Google Earth, and it'll give you a straight linear distance measurement to that point in the distance over a flat surface. And then you can take that flat Earth measurement and put that into the Earth curve calculator too, along with your height above the surface level. And then you can argue about how much Earth curve's missing. Now you've looked over the sea level and got your height off it. Okay? On you go, you stupid retard flat earther. Go and argue about
that
curve.
Sorry, Nathan, but the way you were just breaking that down, how did we miss that?
I didn't miss it. I'm bloody lazy. I went, that sounds like a lot of work, Anthony. He's like, no, you need to learn this maths. I'm like, can you come on my show and you talk about the maths? I'll run the knobs and whistles for the live stream.
Oh, we missed it. We were looking right past the level Earth and looking for curves. But the whole thing is, you haven't been on this tirade now. We came out. When did we start the front foot forward? How Earth is measured flat? A year ago, 2 years ago?
Something like that.
Right? we're trying to break it down, and we're still getting videos like this. Yeah, it's going to get met with anger.
The Feast
Matt
of Nonsense
Long
was
came-
delivered, I suspect, in a very measured way to spastics. The people they wanted to be flat earthers were the people I described on the live show. The crystal-carrying hippie twats with P900s, ignoring how sea level works and how their height works off it, and distance and measurements, and that's who they need. Yeah? Conspiratard retards talking about how Earth ain't curved. That's what they needed. So they delivered Flat Earth in its packaged format with azimuthal equidistant projections and seeing too far to any and all conspiratard tosspots out there, so that they could be out there putting their front foot forward, telling everyone how they see too far with their P900s. Now, I'm not that person. I got here and got immediately irritated with people talking about clone centres and Mandela effect and Ken Burns. And I immediately went, you're an idiot, you're an idiot, and you're an idiot. You're all retards. Now I've figured out Earth's flat and suddenly I'm surrounded by spastics. What's going on? Why am I suddenly surrounded by complete idiot hippies who sound like stupid idiots? Well, that's how it's designed. So that the crystal-carrying retards were the ones telling the rest of the world how Earth is flat, so they could be easily overcome with their lack of knowledge of how Earth curve works. So that the exemplary Earth curve spastics from the anti-flat Earth side can whistle past the flat Earth they measure to tell you how they put your flat Earth measurements into the Earth curve calculator, and can run that calculator much better than the crystal-carrying hippie spastics.
By the way,
Yeah,
not to change
that guy was prey for Will Duffy. Sorry, Neil.
No, I was going to say not to change the subject, but somehow out of nowhere, I was able to invite somebody to Master B, and I got the translator in. So I don't know how that happened. For months, I have not had Master B. I woke up and I had Master B on my thing, and I was able to invite people to Master B. So who knows what's going on with the internet all over the globe.
Yeah.
Are we doing a book today?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'll leave the hangout running and I'll probably go and have a lie down. So if I'm not around, you'll know why.
Yeah, you don't sound too good. You sound a little nasally and a little clogged up.
I've been ill for the last couple of days. I've just thought I'll fight through it. I'll be all right. But I'm just getting slightly worse, so probably not. I probably should have had a day off today, and then I'd probably been all right tomorrow.
I tell you what, when you go out to do the book tour or whatever, you need to be like kept in a hot room somewhere where like you're constantly like tortured or something, because you come out swinging today, Wood.
Everybody was afraid to say anything.
I just know that when that seeming compliment comes, I normally get a string of people telling me off. So as much as I'm grateful, I'm sounding less grateful because I know that typically means I'm going to get told off by several people. Right, I'm going to go get a coffee. Hopefully the conversation doesn't die. Back in a minute.
So, in fact, did you hear the question I read, or you were gone at that point? I'll read it back.
No.
Okay, this moron says, okay, can anyone explain, do you measure relative to the parallel horizon, or do you supply dip correction before to calculate where the true horizon is?
That was nonsensical dribble. Yeah, might as well just say word.
Whenever I hear that true horizon, I know I'm dealing with a baller because they think there's like 7 horizons.
It doesn't help that in the literature they do describe at least, I think, 3 different horizons. And the
Yeah, but there's only
true
one
horizon,
horizon.
the true horizon, I think, is what we actually see, or they call it the visible horizon. It's like the visible horizon, true horizon, and something else.
There's only one horizon. And that is
The one we
not
see.
tangible. Physical because we see it, but not tangible where you can get to it.
Well, it's the one that the horizon mirror on the sextant is aimed at, right?
Yeah, it's not the true horizon mirror. It's not the refracted horizon mirror. It's just the horizon mirror. What the hell are these people talking about?
Correct.
It's not the tangent plane mirror either. I'm
Yeah,
having
they
the
have
hardest
to
time.
invent all
Locally
these. They
flat
have to
mirror.
complicate.
I heard Liam first.
Go ahead.
Sorry, John. I said the locally flat mirror.
Yeah, we need to train people.
They
When
have
they
to
hear our
complicate
opponents say we measure Earth locally flat, or it's just locally that we measure flat, ignore the mitigation and apologies and acknowledge what they are saying to you. In other words, agree. It's only measured locally flat because the locally flat measurements break down at a larger scale because it's all ball-shaped. But for convenience, we just measure it flat on a local scale, very small local scale, just for convenience. If that was the rhetoric that you got, like, oh, it's almost verbatim quoting Simon Dan there, wasn't I? Nevertheless, you just agree with them. Okay, then. So, according to you, if I'm to parrot you back verbatim, we just measure Earth flat on a very small scale, flat, but just locally and just for convenience sake. Okay, then. So we measure Earth flat, then.
Flat Earth
Yeah,
approximation.
no, it's that simple. Nathan's right. We
Yeah.
disagree with them. Exactly. We measure Earth flat.
I said, 18 months, 2 years ago, I'll find it easier to get affirmation of Earth being measured flat, because Brian's correct, right? In terms of strictest terminological terms, when you come to geometry, flat's a description, so it's a bit of a misnomer to say we measure flat. In terminological terms, that's not strictly accurate. You can make it make sense contextually depending on how you say the sentence. So it's on slightly dodgy ground, but for convenience, our opponents will use that terminology quicker than flat earthers will. You will hear a glober say, yes, we measure Earth flat, end quote, globe believer. They'll say it quicker than our own side will say it, because they need flat Earth measurements to move their ball belief forward. And they've been trained to use flat Earth measurements and then apologise for the local flat measurement they're using and suggest that it doesn't mean it's not ball-shaped when they measure it flat. Moving on, now we've got our flat Earth measurement. Let's compare how our flat Earth measurement only works on a ball when we ignore perspective and run it through the curve maths, and compare it to our flat. It would be if we use these flat Earth measurements on a flat Earth. And they don't work on a flat Earth. The flat Earth measurements that we're measuring. That's the game.
Yeah, they'll even say, I'll give you a flat Earth. They'll use words like that.
Refracted, can you remember what you was going to say? I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Oh, I was just going to say it's all about overcomplicating something simple. The more they can complicate it, the more room there is to make you doubt what you know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was going to say that earlier. It's very simple, and people are just not getting it. Is it because the simplicity of it? That it's just measured flat. Look at everything you're telling me. Sea level, mean sea level, heights, right? Needs to be complicated. That's what it is. How can we complicate it?
Did anyone see my attempt at poetry?
Go for it.
I think, let me find out. I'm going to put it. All right. Limerick time. There once was a Siamang named Dan who calculates balls sleight of hand, but his measurements flat. He admits locally flat. Welcome to Flat Earth, Siamang Dan.
Is that it?
That's a limerick, dude. It's done.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
put it
so you
in
could,
one deck's
You could have rap battles
poetry
with
set.
one deck.
yeah, you're gonna give one deck a run for his money. I see, huh?
Nah, I put it in one deck's poetry chat just to have him look it over and tweak it and fine tune it. I'm a copyright free contributor to poetry. Poetry's quite a bad habit, so
Oh, total silence when I come back. Wonderful.
No, we were just talking about. He just read a poem.
did you hear my poem, Nathan?
No, I stepped away a second. I did say I was going to step away.
All right. How are you into limericks? You like limericks?
Sure. I'll listen on the rear.
All right,
Oh, you're going to do it
all
again?
right, here we
ahead.
go. There once was a Siamang named Dan who calculates balls sleight of hand, but his measurements flat. He admits locally flat. Welcome to Flat Earth, Siamang Dan.
Very nice.
Thank you. I have other bad habits too, including reading poetry. I was going to say earlier that Matt Long came through the school of David Weiss. He and Weiss used to have a podcast together for years until Matt bowed out and had a bunch of kids and wrote his book and stuff like that. But when he comes back and starts talking about all this feast of nonsense again, in the context of a book he wrote called The House That Jesus Built, which you would think he would just stick to the Bible for cosmology, he goes back to this feast of nonsense stuff that is learned and studied in our arc of learning about flat Earth. And it's very similar to kind of the way we're given information from the powers that be, NASA and stuff like that. We have a bunch of useless information. It's almost information overload and overkill that diverts away from everything and just boggles your mind and just loads it up with useless information. I mean, you get, how pressure locks work on a spaceship or how the spacesuits were built, 40 paragraphs on all the technical stuff and nothing really proving that, whatever you're trying to prove.
Are you saying
And
the guy
that's
that we just
where
covered today is a co-host of David Weiss's?
Matt Long? Oh yeah, long time ago. They had the Flat Earth podcast, gosh, years ago. And then they finally, Matt took over. Like David Weiss had his podcast with somebody else from his original conspiracy podcast that he started with. And then that guy left and Matt Long kind of took over. And then they would just do a podcast every once in a while when they could get together or whatever. It wasn't really a regular thing. And then it became a running joke that they'd have one podcast a year, maybe. I think it's still up around somewhere. But yeah, Matt Long, all the stuff that Matt Long was talking about was straight out of the David Weiss playbook. And none of it had to do with biblical cosmology, which is what he wrote his book on. That's what disappoints me about Christian cosmology, is they defer to the nonsense stuff, all the technical stuff you learn, 8 inches per mile squared, blah, blah, et cetera, et cetera. Proving, how we look for curvature and we never find curvature, but all we talk about is curvature, that we can't see curvature. And they don't just stick to scripture, which is what they should do if you're a biblical cosmology person and you believe God created the earth flat. You shouldn't have to be arguing about P900 images if you know that Genesis 1 is true. Do your apologetics with Genesis, if that's what you're going to do.
No, they skip right past Genesis. Like, it blows my mind as well.
Yeah, and that's what disappoints me about Matt Long and actually about Dean Odell. And he wrote a really good book, but it's all the Feast of Nonsense stuff. And it's all the NASA documents, and it's all the other things that are ancillary to the fact that if you're a Christian, you can observe creation just by observing. God put all that information in your heart. If you're a heathen, you can still see and understand the creation by how we measure it. Everything else is distraction, and that's spiritually on purpose, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. Why else would we have a discussion where we whistle past the flat Earth measurements to argue about how those flat Earth measurements function in an Earth curve calculator that violates the base measurements? It's been orchestrated that we as flat Earthers argue the way we do.
I think part of it is just the natural arc of how we come across information that is mind changing or mind altering. It's just inconceivable, and so it's the same arc that everyone goes through when they start thinking about the Tartaria stuff, or how that all that stuff. You see a mountain that looks like a tree stump, and now all the hills and stuff are cut down trees. And what the heck's with that, right?
Yep.
And
That was another
while
feast of
that
nonsense.
it is, and I've always treated it as Owen Benjamin got me on this. He says that's just gravy. That's something that you just, oh wow, here's some gravy, and put on your biscuits. And it's interesting, and it is something to think about. And it's something that could add some context to things like scripture. but it isn't. It's not truths, but it can lead to some profound ideas. I mean, I've always known that the firmament is something that's real. God created it. I've never thought about it for decades. And until the argument came up about gas pressure requires containment. Well, duh. You know, that's obvious. But, huh. So we're obviously contained. How about that firmament thing? Well, now the firmament thing becomes tangible. We still don't know what it is. We still can't claim to know what it is. We still can't know how high it is or what its quote unquote shape is or whatever. But it does exist. It is tangible. It has to be tangible because it's like a tent, according to scripture.
No, I don't
And I'll be
know. How's
darned.
it tangible? I can't touch it.
No, not well. It has to be physical. That's all I'm saying. Tangible. Yeah, you're right. Tangible is not quite the right word, but tangible in the sense that it's something that is touchable. It's not ethereal. It's not space. It's not water. And by its description in scripture as like a molten looking glass, like a mirror, like a tent that is pulled over, that it's a tabernacle for the earth. It's a covering. It's the rakia. The rakia. It's like beaten metal. All the descriptions in scripture, if you're reading them and they're true, then all I need to know is that it's tangible and it is what would be the container that would cause air pressure. Good grief. If there's water above it, all you got to do is take a bowl, put it upside down in your bathtub full of water, put it down onto the bottom of the bathtub under the water, and there you've got it. You've got the description of what God says he created. What it is, how it works, blah, 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 blah. Don't know. Don't care. It is, though. And it perfectly aligns with the fact that that gas pressure requires containment. There would be, in your bathtub little example, just turn the bowl over and put it there in the tub with water over it. There's your bubble
Very,
of air
very
pressure.
primitive.
You know, I'd call it a model, but I fear the wrath.
I don't know how God has done it because he is God, but he's created a world where gas pressure is contained, and that's why we are living. What that container is, I have no clue. Because I physically can't go there and touch it or put my hands on it. But I do know that we need containment.
Yes, and God reveals that knowledge to you and to everybody. It's just whether we accept and that truth or reject it in unrighteousness.
Well, they said when they first come across a firmament, they tell you that it's an expanse. It's not till you start looking into the word, what the word really means, how they changed what the Hebrew word was, just like they changed the word for ball. Right? There's a certain word for ball. There's a certain word for round. Right? And to use them to their advantage because they're punting a heliocentric system.
Right. Well, the only way they can explain the firmament if they're heliocentrists is as an expanse. But an expanse can also be the expanse of the canvas over a superdome, over a dome, over a over a football field. Right. The roof is an expanse. So they shoot themselves in the foot when they deny all the other descriptions of the firmament, the rakia, that describe it as something that is solid or tangible, or something that is a roof or a tent over our heads, something that contains our physical world. And there's water above it.
Something strong enough to hold that water.
There you go. And boy, if you believe in space, then that water above is a big problem. That's why Ken Ham, or not Ham, but Kent
Hold
Hovind
on.
still sticks to his canopy theory, ice canopy theory. The firmament was there, but now it's gone. And he still won't.
Where does it say that in scripture?
It doesn't. That's the problem. That's why Ken Ham's that's why Hovind is getting blasted all the time by flat earthers. He's someone that's getting really frustrated, because he's getting hit a lot with this. What do you mean, this ice canopy theory and all this stuff? That's another. That's where we get so many, like with evolution or creationists, who are so deep into the quote unquote science trivia, that get so deep into their theories of like the ice canopy and oxygen being greater, the oxygen content being greater during the blah 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 age.
How do they know?
And I don't know. And what's weird is that both the long time, the million-year creationists and the 6,000-year creationists both still kind of agree that there was more oxygen, which is why there were dinosaurs, which is why things were bigger, which is why the trees were bigger, huh? Trees were bigger. And it makes sense if those, mountains that looked like tree stumps were actually trees, the tree of life, and if everything was huger before the flood or before the recreation of the earth, if you're into that, at any rate, in the world that was, if the trees were as high as you could see, imagine there would be more air pressure in this pressurized, contained environment, just by all the oxygen all the plants and things were putting out. So, but yeah, they get so technical into the, nonsense of, we find amber and trees and fossils and stuff that have more oxygen content in them or whatever. That they get to skip over all of the main points, just like they skip over elevation angles. They skip over the firmament, that it exists, and there's no space, and there's water above, and there's still water above. It's the most frustrating thing about Christian cosmologists, from my perspective.
Well, I just
And
want
it
them to show
dovetails.
me in the Bible. I just want them to take me through it in the Bible. Take me through space in the Bible. Take me through Earth being a globe in the Bible. Take me through it. Scripture.
Yeah, I'll
And
tell
they
you what
never
they'll
do.
do is they'll say this, that they'll divert to the fact that the Bible's not a science book. So there you go.
I didn't mention anything about science. I asked them to take me
That's what
through the
they.
Bible and show me a heliocentric system. Show me Earth being a globe. Show me Earth rotating biblically. You can't.
Yeah,
So
I was
who
literally
has
having this
bewitched you?
conversation this morning, which is crazy. It's like we're all on sync or something. But I'm literally having this conversation with my friend right now before I came in here, about the Bible and cosmology and science versus pseudoscience and all of that. And it's interesting we're talking about it right now. What was my point? I just came in just to have a point and I totally forgot it.
Well,
What's the last thing you said, Neil?
we were talking about the firmament, and I was asking the people that are locked into this heliocentric system and are Christian to just show me it in the Bible. Show me where it says it in the Bible.
Oh, right. So I had found this Reddit where this guy says, well, obviously, God would or Jesus would know, exactly that the earth is a globe and, all the stars are balls of gas and blah, 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 blah. He's like, but perhaps the humans at that time wouldn't have been able to accept that communication or understand that. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Like, so
Yep,
it was a
that's
simpler
it. That's
time.
it.
They couldn't understand. What do you mean? You tell them the truth from the beginning. What are you talking about?
You didn't have to because it wasn't an issue. It only became an issue recently. And it became a big issue after the supposed moon landings. And that's it. They solidified space is real, and everybody bought into it. Okay? Instead of everybody saying, we all know that the earth is a globe, no, everybody knew the earth was flat. I mean, you're talking about the ultimate um, creator, builder, architect. You tell me an architect that doesn't use a flat plane to build off of, to take his measurements.
But that's locally. So that's on a small scale.
The bottom line is it's clear in scripture, but they so wanted to be in tune with so-called science that they joined up with them, even though it's pseudoscience. Now they're afraid to come against it, right? That's what they say. We've made such advancements. Now we're going to go back and say the earth is flat. Well, look stupid. That's what I hear, that this is the problem with Christianity, flat earthers.
Well, you have to kind of agree when a lot of quote unquote flat earthers are coming at it from atheists' side as well as the Christian side. And their learning arc goes through the Feast of Nonsense stuff, and they're not grounded in the truth of Scripture, either one of them. And so there's going to be a cesspool of crystal carrying hippie people and Bible illiterates that are just going to muddle up the whole idea. I think really the if we're just talking biblical cosmology, the way that people who are very steeped in the Bible and believe it's absolutely true, who suddenly have their eyes opened and go, and the Holy Spirit does talk to them and say, hey, this is true. That arc is the more pure arc and scripturally based. And for me, it started with Romans 1:18. And to where I just knew. And I didn't have to prove anything, didn't have to go through the nonsense stuff. All of the things back from 2020 or below, or more, the year of the sextant and all the other stuff, the Black Swan, all that stuff made sense in the context of the Bible being true and God's description of creation being true. And all of those years since have been continually reinforcing the truth of Scripture for me. And that arc, I still went through the nonsense and still went through all the interesting things, the gravy, but I never used the gravy as an argument. I never made a claim about it. I just always said, that's pretty interesting. So, but just stick with Scripture.
Are you trying to admit that you're a conspiratard?
I am a lazy conspirator. I am someone who sees all the cut down trees that are now mountains and go, that is pretty interesting. And then I just happen to read in Scripture.
Mountains. That's the fifth time you said that.
And then I read Scripture about how angels were, even it was in a dream, came down and cut down giant trees. It's the same thing with giants, Neil, with Nephilim, with all that stuff. We know that stuff is true. I think there's a lot of truth to what we think of as Greek mythology is actually.
Hold on, stop.
History.
We know that's true because it says it in the Bible. It speaks about the Nephilim and the men of renown. It speaks about how they found the children of God, the women fair, and they impregnated them. It speaks about that in the Bible, but then it ends right there in chapter 6.
Right. That's just enough information that you can extrapolate the whole history arc of what is called Greek mythology. And you can see the men of renown, the buildings and architecture that's built for giants, all of that stuff. Now, I don't make any claims about it. I just look at that and go, wow, that's interesting. Because I know where that leads, if you get more into it. It leads to ether, and that's bad. Supposed to laugh.
If I can't validate it, I don't speak about it. It's got to be validated. How are you going to validate any of that? You can't. All right. Who says they? Who said they were dwelling? Who said they were dwelling in massive structures for giants? They just weren't out in the fields. Because from what I understand, they dwelt in tents back then. Who was this first city constructed?
I don't know. I don't know the time. The thing is I don't know the timeline of any of it. And so that's why I don't make claims about it. But at the same time, there are a lot of things that were once hidden that are coming to light. And Scripture does say, that nothing will be hidden, right? Everything will come into light, into the light of truth. So I believe God does reveal things in their proper time. So I don't know. I just know that I can't rely on man's stories of how things go, or what's fictional or what's real. That's why I'm saying what we know of as Greek mythology could very well be based on
I
scripture.
thought it was interesting.
Say what again?
I think it's interesting that they always talk about the circle of the earth and how God looked down at us like grasshoppers. Um, isn't it interesting that that's what we always see though? Like if you were in like a plane with no walls, wouldn't you be atop the circle of the earth
Yes.
from your perspective?
Yep.
Sure.
No. So it's not even like he's saying, I, that's what it looks
No,
like regardless.
no, but
I
Eli,
don't,
that circle is a globe, Eli. Don't you know that? That's it. And he hangs it, he hangs the earth on nothing. So use one scripture, God sits above the circle of the earth, and the other one where he hangs the earth on nothing, and you have a globe in space. Isn't that easy?
The thing I do like about flat Earth at the moment, if when we talk about God and truth, is if it was God's way, as in how He made it, it would be quite simple, but at the same time incredibly complex and elegant, and all the rest of the things that you described to it. What we
Yes.
currently deal with, Earth being flat, and it having to be that way both factually and linguistically, is appropriate for something that you're suggesting that would be revealed. And for it to be revealed, it must be clear and easy to understand, obvious and apparent, all the things that we're currently talking about when it comes to the nature of Earth and it being measured flat. There's a reason why it's easy to fill my disdain cup right to the brim when dealing with the guy that we're dealing with today, when the obvious nature of God's green flat Earth is being distilled into something that it isn't. When you talk about measuring distances over sea level to compare geometric horizons, just for one example, that's taking a flat Earth that you've already got and removing yourself from it to see if it's true or not, which seems silly when you point it out. But isn't that just appropriate? That's how it should be, right? Me saying, well, I don't actually need to prove anything to you here. You're already using sea level, aren't you? Now, you can deny it if you want, now that I've pointed that out to you, that you need a sea level. Or you can tell me that sea level isn't level, it's a curved level. But you'll end up sounding stupid. So there's a righteousness to our declarations currently that I quite like.
Yeah, you're right. It's simplicity, but it's very complex, right? It's flat, that's it. Now, if you're talking about how it was first created, yeah, God would use the simplistic nature of creation and how it has to be on a flat orientation so you can build upon it.
And what you're saying is righteous because it is true. It would not be if it was not true. And it was true before. It's always, truth is always true, whether we see it, believe it, or reject it. It is always true. So the reason things are being revealed, it's just basically simply a way of saying that that more and more people are seeing. Can't think of another word. Recognizing.
Yeah.
Really, they're seeing that there's a creation right here, and that it is simple, and that it has to be created. It can't be evolved. It can't be bing banged. It can't be uncontained. It can't be, natural laws exist. We don't think about them, but when we do, and we know and realize that they're true, we can't help but have a revelation of that truth and then act
That's
accordingly
funny.
afterwards.
That's funny that you should say that, Nathan, how it's simple, right? Because when my brother first presented it to me, I was like rebuking him, saying, "What are you talking about? You're making God very simple." I mean, he's extravagant. It's more extravagant that Earth is a globe in space spinning, but yet we don't feel like we're moving. It's more extravagant that we're 93 million miles away from the sun. That's weird.
But where did you get that knowledge? That
Got it
was the
from
other
school.
thing
That's
that
what I'm saying. But that's what I mean. I thought it all lined up, right? I had no idea until that's when I started searching it out. And I went to the scriptures first, and I was like, wow. And God is a more personal God. He's right above us. you know, He's like a mother hen over her chicks, right? It's not this outer space God that's millions of miles away, right? But I thought he was
that's
taking
another
glory and power away from God. And you hear preachers preaching about it now. They'll use that how if the earth was just a little bit closer to the sun, we'd burn. If it was a little further away, we'd freeze. I heard a preacher say it the other day. That's the magnificence of God. Well, show me that in scripture.
that's another lie, is God is timeless, spaceless, and immaterial. We got all the big apologists who use that phrase all the time. Timeless, spaceless, space-time, timeless, spaceless, and immaterial. And that's another lie. Not so much a lie, it's just a misdescription, and it doesn't fit the description. Because God resists. I mean, there's just no way to describe God. But we do know God the Son is material. At any rate,
Yeah, there's a man in heaven. Will always be. That was the humility of what he did. He became the creation to redeem the creation. He became man and will forever be a man in heaven.
and we come full circle to the gospel. And back to Romans 1:18 that basically says God put all this information, he put this knowledge in our hearts so that we'd have no excuse to know that he exists. All we can do is deny the truth, which is what
Right.
ballers do, right? Oh, here's level. And then the first thing they say is, oh, well, level doesn't mean flat, or horizontal. Horizontal doesn't mean level. That's just the devil talking. That's what the devil would say. Surely God didn't say that.
Yeah. Why are you saying that with a funny voice? Yeah. You're saying it
Because that's my character.
like you need to pretend it's humorous.
Well, because that's what the devil did to Eve.
Yeah. He used his sweet talking voice and said, surely God didn't say that you would surely die. He didn't mean that.
And technically,
He
if you
didn't
read that,
mean
he added to the word of
level.
God. But she said, God said you should not even touch it. He didn't say that. He said, don't eat of it. That's it.
Don't partake. and you will surely die. Well, God didn't really mean that. Did he? And that introduces doubt. Introducing doubt is the devil's main job.
Yeah.
That's all he has to do.
And that's what Simon Dunn's doing. Devil's
Absolutely.
working through Dan when he says, when Nathan says that if you use directions, you're secretly a flat earther. Now, that's a statement.
Duffy does too.
That's a statement of fact and truth. But he's spinning it in a way, in his tonality, to make it doubtful in the mind of the person hearing him. Oh, right. So that makes me a secret flat earther. The tone, that's why I picked you up on your tone when you were saying something with such importance. I can dissolve the tone. I can just edit it out. You know, the tone of disdain when saying, so the earth's measured flat. Okay, I can just take your words. It doesn't matter to me that you've put an air of disdain in your tone when you say the fact of the matter. I'll just take your words and play them back. Now, you might moan, Dan that is, that I've taken the sting away as he's diffused those words in his tone. But they're the same words. Dan saying, Earth being measured flat is a stupid notion because when I measure Earth flat, it's only locally flat. Well, you could hear that and go, oh yeah, well, that makes sense then, must be a ball. Or you can hear it and go, so you measure Earth flat then? But it just takes someone like me to say that. And I can do it without even saying anything. I can use his words to do it, can't I? Because he's the one saying it. That's my point 18 months ago. Our opponents will be quicker to say Earth's measured flat than we are.
And they are.
Yeah, it's because they need it. I can only make that statement off the back of refracted curvature. In his exasperation, by chance, as I've been quite exasperated and a bit under the weather today, you need a flat Earth more than we do, were words that were said in frustration with an opponent, utilising flat planes of reference to make their argument progress. Response from refracted curvature, you guys need a flat Earth more than we do. Suddenly it dawns on me, yeah, they do, don't they? And when they use it, which we know they can't measure Earth any other way, you've just got to point it out to them. And what have they got as a defence? To say back, all right, so just because we're measuring Earth flat makes you think I'm a flat earther? Yeah. Well, actually, no, I don't care if you're a flat earther. I don't give a shit. But yeah, you are measuring Earth flat, though. And you saying just because I measure Earth flat doesn't mean I'm a flat earther. Does it? I don't give a shit what you say you are. But just because you measure Earth flat, it just means you're measuring Earth flat. Well, it's only locally. Just because I measure Earth locally flat doesn't mean I measure Earth flat. Yeah, it does, actually. It's exactly what it means, and I'll just repeat it back to you in your own words. And when you hear, yes, for convenience, we measure Earth flat, and I say, so we measure Earth flat then, you're going to what? Want to kill me? Want to come at me with some abusive comments about how I treat my kids? Lie about me? That's what you want to do when I just repeat your words back. Yeah, we measure Earth locally flat. That's how we measure Earth. Flat. Locally flat. Like on really small scales, like up to a 200 or 300 mile distance, let's just say. But those are the only actual measurements we've got, because that's really all you can see if you're looking through a piece of measuring equipment with a lens. But nevertheless, we'll call it locally like our opponents do. But yes, like Simon Dan says, I'll even use his mitigation words. Over very small distances, Earth is measured locally flat. With Trig's okay. These are all Dan's words, right? So Dan understands that we measure Earth flat. He's just saying it with that tone. Just because we measure Earth flat doesn't mean Earth flat. Nathan's so stupid. This video's gone really badly for Nathan. That's what he's doing. Creating doubt. Well, Dan will burn in hell. That's what Dan has waiting for him. While he tells his audience that I'm wrong and that I'm an unpleasant person because I say, like he does, that we measure the world locally flat. Yes, we do, like Dan has clearly admitted, measure the world locally flat. Now, have I got
Just
to
like the
suggest
back
that
of your
Dan's...
head, Dan.
Say again?
Just like the back of your head, Dan.
The back of your head.
Classic.
Yeah. But I haven't got to launch into a series of ad homs about Dan, have I? About how pleasant or unpleasant Dan is as a person. When I point out, with Dan's own words, that Dan's admitting he measures Earth flat on a local scale, that's me pointing out that Dan measures flat on a local scale. That's all it is. Now, I'm not saying Dan's a really unpleasant person because he's pouring scorn on me and my family and my attempts to be a YouTuber and you know, feed my kids. He's telling the world that I'm a bad person for doing that. Now, am I doing it? No, I don't need to. I just point out where the win comes from. And that's the end of the discussion. Dan, on the other hand, needs to be a shitbag about it, doesn't he? Why? Because he's not got a winning argument. Now, for the minority of people, they'll recognise that instantly. Oh, right, why would he need to launch into ad homs? But that's only the minority. The majority of people will hear Dan and go, yeah, Nathan, you stupid idiot. Just because we measure locally flat doesn't mean it's not bent sea level, like Dan said. You're like, okay. Yeah, why don't you get off your internet and stop making your videos? What, like, stop paying the mortgage and feeding my kids, you mean? But that's what they want. They would rather see me starve than admit that Dan saying we measure Earth locally flat is the same as me saying we measure Earth flat. The only difference is Dan is actually a horrible person by pouring scorn on me in a discussion about Earth's shape, where I highlight the nature of Earth by way of measurement, and Dan agrees. It's just he's got to choose to limit my ability to feed my family and pay my mortgage, use my material without crediting me or putting a link to my video. Scummy behaviour. Totally unnecessary as well. It's not like it advantages Dan when he does that stuff. Like, it's not like knocking me down a peg or two helps him in any way, shape or form, is it? It just knocks me down a peg or two. And for what? I'll say it again. For me saying we measure Earth flat, and for Dan having to come along and say, yeah, we measure Earth flat, but it's only locally flat that we measure Earth. We can use trig, it's fine. Because when we deal with Earth big, I believe it's big and not flat like we measure it. That's Dan's position. Therefore, Nathan's a horrible person. Okay. I'm not wishing poor health or Dan to leave the internet. I try and do the opposite when I'm a bit, less under the weather. I'll say, look, go and wish Dan well in the algorithm and with a comment that will help him, right? That's what I do. I try and buck the trend and do the opposite. In reality, I actually do feel disdain towards Dan and would sometimes wish to express that disdain, but I try and avoid it and try and keep on topic while our opponents moan. So I've had a couple, not very many, less than I expected, moaning about my video where I edit Dan's words talking about measuring Earth flat. And they've said, oh, you're editing him. Is that what it comes down to, you having to edit him? I'm like, let me get it straight. I'm editing a video where Dan says, quote, what Nathan means is, and then he lies through his back teeth. But when I edit what I actually mean when I fucking speak, but with Dan's words, that's apparently not allowed. So, according to a couple, not very many, I'll admit, I thought it would be more, because I'm taking the piss out of him with his own fucking words, right? But I'm editing him to do that. Now, there was me thinking I'd have an endless string of people moaning about it, but after the fact, you look back on it and go, no, the reason there isn't a long string of people, just a couple of idiots doing that, is because what Dan's actually doing is telling his audience what I am saying. He's telling them, quote, what Nathan is saying. Now, it's not what I'm saying. He's a lying piece of shit. Yeah? Now, obviously, me saying that is doing the very opposite to what I want to do on a live stream when I encourage people to go and let Dan know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Help him in the YouTube algorithmic love. But in reality, Dan's a massive asshole. Yeah? Now, I don't wish death upon him. I'm not going to tell him not to breed or to drink bleach or to jump off a bridge like I get told in my comment section. I wouldn't dream of doing such a thing. But Dan would. Yeah? Like, Dan actually hates me. Yeah? Why? Well, because Dan's own words, you and your reference frames have been ruined, are used against him and he fucking hates that. Like most projected hate, the reason Dan hates me is in reality because he hates himself. In this case, his own words are what he hates. My use of his own words. Now, he's going to hate me a lot more when he hears his own words talking about measuring Earth locally flat playback, having had them all hacked and edited together one after the next. But like I say, there's a certain small proportion of people that feel it's unfair to edit those flat Earth affirming statements that Dan made when telling an audience with lies what Nathan says, end quote. So they're allowed to make up any old shit that I do not say. They can say, Nathan says he's got this flat Earth map. Hold up azimuth, like lie through their back teeth and ascribe it to words I haven't said. Absolutely infuriating. Now, what I want to say when people do that is, I hope you get raped by the devil in hell as you burn, you unbelievable bastard. Lying scum, making up things that have not crossed my lips. But that's what people do. Now, I won't say that because then it could be perceived that, oh, you're just attacking him personally, while responding to somebody who says that literally I smell like a festival latrine, that I'm a disgusting, deplorable person, like things like that. Like, no one will give a single shit that I'm having that constantly chucked at me. And if I in any way responded in the same tone, I'd be brought down immediately and chastised for personal attacks. Even editing something that's a personal attack on me, I'll get nasty comments from pricks, ignoring the fact that what I'm actually editing is another man telling his audience what I say.
You already got the police on you once. You don't need them on you again, Nathan.
For what? What are you talking about? I haven't got the police on me. What are you babbling about?
That's what they said. They said you already got a
Oh, right.
action
Sorry.
against you.
Me not recognising more lies. Yes, apparently I'm an egregious criminal with a long record. Yeah, because what? Mr. Sensible has called the police on me. Now, that bit's true. Yeah, the prick who felt aggrieved by something that I'd done. Suddenly I'm getting the police called on me. Yeah, that's true. Have I been arrested? No. Have I got a criminal record from it? No. Did anything happen other than this man calling the police on me? No. We got pansies who, in response to me presumably saying something he didn't like, call the frickin' police. Now, am I calling the police on Dan while he lies about things, quote, I've said? No. No, of course not.
No,
But that's what I get.
It.
That's what I
They're
get because when I talk about Earth being measured flat, what was it with Mr. Sensible? At best, you've debunked the radius. Yeah, that's what I focus on. When Mr. Sensible's name comes up, we talk about his quotes. Quote, at best, you've debunked the radius. Yeah, you'll need that if you believe you're on a bull, you stupid fuckwit. What's that? You're going to call the police on me? Yeah, that's what you do when you lose, you bunch of cunts. You call the police because you're cowards and you don't like losing. Meanwhile, at best, you've debunked the radius is a quote of a man who called the police on me. So what am I doing? I'm quoting him.
Yeah, they're making it sound like he has an order of protection against you, and there's a police action against you. So if you do one more thing, you are going to be arrested.
No, that's a complete lie. You see, here we go. So I'm being accused of being a criminal with a criminal... No, I haven't. Now, we could, with someone like Duffy, appeal to his criminal nature. Like, start making up shit, expanding on his fraud, things like that. Like, just lie about him. Yeah, there's a long criminal history with Duffy. Oh, yeah, he's in and out of jail all the time. Just lie about him being in and out of jail. Right? No, we don't. We talk about him measuring Earth flat in Antarctica because that's what we have arguments about. Duffy will go around lying, claiming I've turned down invitations. He'll just fucking lie about me through his back teeth. Nobody will call him out on it. Doesn't matter how much I moan about it. But you can be sure that someone will be calling the police going, did you suggest that he's got a criminal record? Call the police. Get the lawyers involved. You're like, what the fuck are you doing? You guys will lie about us all day long with complete impunity.
Well, they want you off the internet, Nathan. They don't want you ever in front of a computer. That's the cry that I was reading in his chat.
Yeah, so let me get it right. They don't want me doing my job as a YouTuber, making a living on YouTube. They don't want me doing that. So I'm being persecuted then, aren't I? So in reality, if these people are persecuting, trying to limit my freedom of speech stop me from talking, censor me, surely that should be criminally prosecutable. Surely that should be actionable. Who the fuck do these people think they are? They want to, what, wipe me off the internet? Why? Well, because you don't like what I say? Oh, right. So if it was the case that it was a race-based thing and you wanted that, you'd be thrown in jail. But because it's a flat earth-based thing, it's perfectly acceptable for you to try and encourage a limitation to my well-being. Now, no, this is unreasonable behaviour, nay, criminal, that they get away with, isn't it? But yet what I'm accused of being a criminal by a man who I quote as having suggested that a radius value he requires was debunked with the Black Swan 5 years ago. From that, he called the police. Nothing happened to me. I wasn't arrested. I wasn't taken away to jail. Nothing happened to me. Just a coward cuck called the police on me. That's what happened. Now, off the back of that, rather than accept that literally he didn't get his own fucking babyish way, the police didn't arrest me, I was not convicted of any crime or arrested for anything whatsoever, this man is now suggesting, by way of complete fucking lies, that I'm a criminal with a long string of history of crimes. Yeah, these fucking liars. Yeah? That is legitimately actionable. If I caught someone suggesting that, I would haul them over the fucking coals. So if it's you, Mr. Sensible, you lying shitbag, and I find out that you're accusing me of being a criminal, then that's defamation. And I will drag you through the courts like I've done previously. I've sued for defamation prior. And I'll do it again. No fucking problem. These idiots, they're getting away with genuinely criminal activity towards us as flat earthers, as far as I am concerned. Yeah? We are prejudiced to the point of criminality by our opponents, more often than not. And they get away with it because at a societal level, it's deemed acceptable to treat flat earthers like scum.
Yeah, he's a piece of crap.
Yeah, this is another
They all
guy
are.
like... Sensible is a similar guy to McToon, right? I don't watch Mr. Sensible. I have no interest in him. I wouldn't know who he was if it wasn't for him stalking me. Like Toon, the creepy fucking stalker, proactively chasing me down in my comment section. Hundreds of times. Like, if we were in court and they're like, so how many times have you gone and watched his shit? Never. People put his shit in front of me because he's talking about me, and I respond to it reactively. He contacts me. Okay. Well, have you got some examples? Yeah, I've numbered them. Here's 100 examples of him constantly harassing me in my comment section, haranguing me, and me sending the identical response over 100 times. Now, is he getting the fucking message, this creepy fucking stalker? That's McToon, the creepy fucking stalker. Yeah, creepy old man stalking me. That's what he's doing. Yeah, he's getting the same response over and over again, and like a fucking nutcase, he keeps haranguing me to the point where he's calling me from Antarctica. Literally. So, is it this man's haranguing you to the point where he's sending you hundreds of messages and contacting you literally from Antarctica to talk through you?
Supposedly.
He's still harassing the shit out of me. Now, am I going on his comment fucking section and telling him Earth's flat? No. But meanwhile, these people are making up shit and lies about us and telling people that they want us off the internet. Really? If it was you behaving that way to someone else in your general vicinity and they were from another country, you'd be thrown in jail for that sort of behaviour. But it's what, acceptable to tell me to disappear, is it? To get off your internet? Who the fuck do these people think they are? Yeah, they should be thrown in jail for the way they treat us. Yeah? For their haranguing us, for stalking us, which is what they do. We point out Earth's measured flat. They say we should get off the internet. They say we beat our kids. That's what we get. Yeah, it's disgusting. They criminalise us because we talk about how Earth's measured. What a fucking outrage.
Yeah, you got this guy saying that Will Duffy would pay for Oakley's fee to debate. He would remove all barriers to debating. Then Oakley would make another excuse.
Another excuse. You see, they've already bought into lies.
Yeah.
Yeah? So, what? Sorry, excuse. Just get him to list the original excuse I gave when he sent me an invite. Just get him to send you his email exchange between he and I. Lest he burn in hell. Let's just make it clear and go on camera. I suggest that if Duffy cannot produce the email exchange between he and I, where I deny his invitation, then he should burn in hell. Okay? Email exchange or condemnation to hell for Duffy. Okay? That's what he's getting. So, we're going to put an end to it. Lest Duffy burn in hell, he'll produce this denial of an invitation with an email exchange between he and I. Okay? Is that clear?
Yeah, I sent it. I said, send me the original excuse.
Yeah, there isn't one. Duffy's just a liar. Yeah? But that's perfectly acceptable. You can just make up any old shit about things I haven't said, tickets I haven't denied, invites that I haven't received and exchanged a denial for. Duffy can just lie about it, and no one gives two fucks. Meanwhile, every second word I'm saying is open to potential legal action or threats of police being used against me. So if you lose an argument, you'll call the police on me. Yeah, they will. Not only will they call the police on me, they'll then suggest that means, because they're fucking cowards, calling the police, that means I've suddenly got some criminal record? Like I've suddenly been arrested? No, I fucking haven't. A cuck, coward globe believer who said, quote, at best you've debunked the R value, called the police on me. That's the end of that little discussion. Yeah? What's that? I've got to watch my step. No, I fucking haven't. But yeah, Mr. Sensible undoubtedly lying about his cowardice and suggesting that I've actually done something wrong. Oh, really? What was the crime number? Ask Mr. Sensible for that. And then we'll trace it back to how many years in jail I got for this criminal activity, what my arrest record looks like in regards to Mr. Sensible's police call. Was there an arrest, or was it a waste of police time? Was it a baller weaponising the police against a flat earther? I'm pretty sure it's the latter, because if it wasn't, there'd be an arrest record, wouldn't there? There isn't one. Mr. Sensible just weaponised the police because he hasn't got a fucking R value. Yeah, that's the real situation here. Yeah, globe believers will call the police on us. Yeah, while they're stalking us in their, reactive way to us in our comment sections. Yeah, chasing us proactively down to tell us how ball-shaped the Earth isn't with their R value that at best has been debunked. They're in our comment section chasing us down proactively. Yeah, Mr. Sensible, just like Toon, hundreds of comments in my comment section from him. Hundreds. Creepy old man stalkers.
So when I say something
Nathan.
like it's navigated flat, go ahead, Brian.
No, go ahead, Eli. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, when I say something like it's measured flat, navigated flat, mapped flat, I get in response, oh, it's measured flat, mapped flat, navigated flat. I understand that the anus on Nathan's face instructed you to believe that. I also understand that the anus on Nathan's face never provided these measurements, so I know that you will never provide them if I ask.
Okay.
He's not. Prove it.
Okay. So when Dan is referenced for these measurements, Dan says it's okay to measure Earth flat locally. Trig is okay, says Dan. That's me using Dan as a hostile witness for the trig on a flat surface, for the linear straight distance and perpendicular elevation Dan conceded to. That would be me appealing to the surveyors who are admitted to measuring Earth flat locally according to Dan. So when I'm being told that I've got an anus face because I haven't provided measurements, I provide measurements from their own side that they will admit to under any circumstances because they must. But that means I've got to be called an anus face and have the police called on me, right?
Yes, and listen, you're going to love this, Nathan. I'm just reading this. This is from yesterday. So he said, I have noticed that you pulled a Nathan and made a claim, then deflected immediately with give me your globe measurements, because I asked him for his globe measurements. So he says, unlike the Nathan child abuser, I can provide measurements. And he did. He's provided measurements. And when I looked into them, it says the radius of Earth measurements. And he's listing a whole bunch of stuff. George Bedell, Alexander Ross.
Those aren't measurements.
Clark,
those are people's names.
Frederick Willem, and he gives
Those
me
aren't
the publishers.
measurements. Those are people's names.
Oh, here's some measurements. Astronomy. Okay, 333 and 430. A equals 3,272,077.14. But what is it? He's just giving me a list of things. He expects me to look it up. Why can't you just give me the measurements?
He's not giving you any processes, Neil. He's
Transcontinental triangulation. Okay.
But triangulation requires a flat surface level. What's he talking
Absolutely.
about? So
everything here does.
So he's got measurements, but they're of a flat Earth. Shocking.
Yeah, there'll be nothing there that will fit what he needs it to fit. Absolutely nothing. Oh, the only part that will fit will be when they're begging the question after they've measured. That's all. We looked into all of it. Years of it.
So this is all peppered with me being a child abuser, you notice. So is this criminally actionable? Who's this guy? Let me guess. The guy's a faceless, nameless troll accusing me, a real person trying to feed my family, of being a child abuser, correct?
No, this is McToon.
Oh, right. McToon. Of course.
You know, Nathan, you could bring him to court for this kind of behavior. Then he'd have to prove he's claim. Just saying.
Yeah, wouldn't that be fucking wonderful?
But they definitely take up some of your time now, but you would definitely
yeah, Brian. What you're saying is I could go to court with a cunt to argue about whether I'm not a fucking child abuser. Correct? I'm not a child abuser, Brian. But I do argue about Earth being measured flat with elevation angles used by a man who's calling me a child abuser. So it's reasonable that I should go to court and argue about the child abusing bit, right? The bit that's absolutely non sequitur, completely untrue, totally unreasonable to suggest. That's what I should go to court and fight about, right?
Yeah, forget about doing the show and focusing on the book and other things like that. You should focus on going to court with that bastard.
Yeah, forget the book. Concentrate on this.
Did it ever occur to you, Nathan, that maybe Dan contacted someone who's a surveyor, someone who may even be a family member or a friend of a family member or some connection, and talked to him, and the guy or girl told him that, well, we measured flat, You know what I mean? Is that possible? Because he's accepting it. They're in a position where they have to accept the, for them, unholy truth, which is that the earth is measured a certain way, and that is flat. If you want to, it's measured to be a horizontal plane with vertical heights and drops above and below that horizontal plane. That's what it is. We can describe that as flat. So they can't take that. So they're focusing on a local measurement, but local can be any size. Once you can see where you're looking at. Look what's local from an airplane. You know what I mean? So they this is problematic for them, very problematic for them. To the point where they're literally making videos, and Dan made a claim that I know he was lying about concerning an angular size measurement and the difference of it for a mountain 40 miles away between what the extra height it would have on a globe. And he used verticals for that height. 2 parallel verticals and a horizontal distance between those 2 points.
Yeah,
I know exactly what he did. Because they're all doing it.
I was meaning to talk to you about that. So that's where you get a bit of props and kudos, because about 2 months ago, and you're being good about it by not saying this now, because you could say, do you remember when I brought up how not appreciating that taking the prerequisite flat earth that they do need, you know, although you weren't saying this to me at the time, and explaining how using the orthographic difference once you've whistled past the elevation angle that I'm insisting you'll need a flat earth for, and going no further with, I'm not, if I hadn't listened to you, unpacking the difference in an orthographic view that Dan is saying you can compare with these 2 angular measurements that require a flat earth. Now, thanks to Brian, I'm summarising the full situation with Dan misrepresenting an angular difference for a mountain if he calls the flat earth angular measurement a calculation, and then compares 2 different versions of reality in an orthographic way for the angular difference. That's what actually occurred. Now, whether or not Simon Dan's smart enough to come up with that on his own or not is irrelevant. What I would do, in Adam's terminology, shortchanging the audience to point out the necessity for a flat plane of reference in the first instance, isn't dealing with what we as a sort of combined group are all doing, right? Which is pointing the whole story out. He needs a flat plane of reference in the first instance to make this misrepresentation, what you're calling his lie, about what the angular difference would be if you gave him the flat earth to have the angular sizes to compare a flat earth version of reality with a globe earth version of reality with a lie about what that angular difference would be.
Yeah, because what he's doing is, within what he's claiming, he's not using divergent zeniths. What he's using, because Petey, you know your man Petey, he literally did this in a video only recently that I called out on my most recent video. What they're doing is they're taking a tangent plane, putting a dingleberry underneath it, putting 2 verticals that are parallel to each other as the zenith of the observer and the zenith of the mountain or whatever. And they're drawing a horizontal, like, of course, the tangent will be in the orientation of what we know as horizontal. And they're trying to make claims off of that. It's like, you can't do that. You have to have divergent zeniths. So what they're at present is they're denying the geometry of the globe by not diverging the zeniths. And I guarantee you, I know exactly what Dan did to come up with that figure, or whoever came up with it for him. That they're denying the divergent zeniths that they have to have, right, if they're claiming it's a globe, right? So they're denying the globe. And they're also not only denying the geometry of the globe, they're then foregoing what would normally be called 7 over and greater than 7 over 6R. They're completely foregoing that by what they're claiming at present. By Dan accepting this measure flat, and then Dan trying to make out that there's only this small difference. The only way for him to come up with that small difference that he's bullshitting about, right, is by him using a horizontal plane with 2 vertical parallel verticals. That's the only way for him to do that.
Wow.
I know exactly what he's doing because they've all tried it. Ruth tried it originally, right? And I laughed it out of it. I laughed them out of it, right? Petey has been trying it. Others have been trying it. I don't leave them off for anything. You must diverge your zealots from the center of your globe, or else you're not adhering to your geometry. Or else, other than that, you're using a flat earth. And this is the problem. They can't do these processes without referencing Earth as a flat plane. They can't do them.
You can't make any measurements. You can't. You're right.
Instead, they can do them in GeoGebra, like I showed, and I have to give them a perspective size just to show them. But when you do it and you adhere to their geometry and they try and add in perspective, it is nothing like reality, and that's the problem. When they actually show their geometry and actually show what would actually happen if you had an angular size or something on a globe, it looks nothing. It's nowhere near reality. So what they have to do is try and hijack a flat Earth and give a small difference and say it's hardly noticeable. Do you know what I mean? It's like, how would you explain pitch data on a flat Earth? It's like, there isn't any pitch data on any Earth that's not flat. Do you know what I mean? It's that thing. They're trying to hijack things and use them, hijack reality and use it for themselves. You can't use a flat Earth, but that's not what you're claiming. You can't have a horizontal and parallel verticals coming from it at 90 degrees to it. But that's what they're doing. I can guarantee you, if you want, Nathan, later on, I can do up a little diagram using GeoGebra showing exactly the details of what Dan is talking about. I will show you exactly what their claim is geometrically and what it has to be, showing Dan to be a complete and utter liar.
Yeah, I get it, but as long as we're on level ground to establish optical angular resolution of anything, I can always lean back on the fact that to move forward in the argument, Dan needs to turn measurements into calculations so he can whistle past the flat earth prerequisite to acquire them to argue about them. Notwithstanding your explanation of how, when you've acquired these angular resolution measurements, you can compare and contrast them in an orthographic view that ignores perspective, add in perspective, and show how massive a difference there'd be. But it's never going to change that you're whistle pasting the prerequisite flat earth to start this process and acquire measurements of anything to make it legitimate.
Yeah, but I think you're missing the point.
I'm not missing the point.
Dan is not doing that. Dan is using a flat earth. And when he came up with his calculation, he used a flat earth to do that. I know exactly what he did. So if I showed what he did in GeoGebra, I would be showing you a horizontal plane with parallel verticals. What I'm talking about is what I show, which is their actual geometry. That's what he's not adhering to. That's why he's not showing his audience.
You're saying when he compares and contrasts his globe, he's still using a flat earth to compare and contrast. I get what you're saying.
I think you're missing it actually a little bit. It don't matter.
You think I haven't been here for 10 years and seen Ruhif and more recently Petey do it? You've just said it yourself. You know, I'm going to do what you suggested today. I do watch your videos, Brian. It's like you don't recognise and acknowledge me putting timestamps on your videos that I watch. I don't watch Petey. I watch your videos responding to him.
At the end of the day, sorry, Brad.
Go on.
Wow, I'm just doing what Brian did yesterday, going, "You never listened to me."
Stop it. Go ahead, one deck. What are you going to say?
Listen to me. That's why I don't believe you watch me videos properly.
That's not true,
You put
Brian.
them on, but I don't believe. I think you often don't pay attention to it.
You don't like my timestamps?
No, your timestamps are okay. It's that you're not paying attention to some of the finer points in the videos.
So
why I'm saying that is that
you don't think I watch them to now I know that you're going to say things like this. That's why I put timestamps in. But now I just don't understand the detail, the granular detail between the timestamps on the video I haven't watched, but I have definitely watched because I timestamp them.
Yeah, you've watched them, but you brought Nathan gender into it.
I see.
And so the timestamps.
There's no pleasing you, it seems.
Of Nathan gender. Yeah.
There is no pleasing you.
So wait a second. The Nathan gender is getting to the point immediately. Is that the Nathan gender?
Yeah, but
Yeah, Nathan is
it's
pointing
a
out
different way of
things,
doing
yeah.
things, right? And I like this way of doing things because it means that we can discuss the finer points, as Brian puts it. Right, cheeky bastard. While I'm disagreeing with the overall notion, I can maintain my position of this is redundant. We've already whistled past a flat Earth, and every time Brian and Adam will shift uncomfortably in their seats and go, yeah, we've got to give them a flat Earth to move forward and unpack how they are misrepresenting the flat Earth that they're using to say that they're comparing a flat Earth to a globe, when they're not. They're still using a flat Earth. If I show you how they would use their globe when they're not misrepresenting this position and using a flat Earth, it's like we're talking about angular sizes of stuff, right? Yeah, we're whistling past the flat Earth that's needed in the first conspiracy cats, right? I'll give you a flat Earth for that, right? Yeah, well, Brian going through the finer details and Adam going through the finer details and me understanding the finer details is all well and good. I will still maintain the position that the second a flat Earth's needed, that's it. Doesn't mean that they won't whistle past that and make an argument that still needs unpacking by Brian or Adam, and I'll agree with them off camera. But when I'm being recorded, I'm always just going to maintain the position the second you get to that point, because otherwise it gets forgotten about, and then their own side sees the importance lying on the minutiae rather than the overall picture of no. Just remember while you're arguing this minutiae that you've had to give them a flat Earth 3 times to unpack their compare and contrast with a flat Earth and how it don't work.
Yeah, but my point with you is this, that you understand that they're using a flat Earth to do the things they're doing, right? Regardless of what it is. But I'm trying to point out to you that they absolutely are, with evidence, and it can be shown. We can also show the opposite, which is what they should be adhering to. And that is so indicting to show the world what they should be adhering to. This is the actual geometry, right, that they should be adhering to. This is what they're trying to adhere to, right? This is what they're hijacking. So it's not just you just saying they're measuring our flat Earth, hijacking the flat Earth, they're using a flat Earth. It's literally showing it, and that's the difference. That's what me and Adam focus on. They're showing it, the detailing of this is what they're doing. So there is no gray area or somewhere for them to say, it's just measured locally flat. They can't say that in my comments. You know what I mean? Because they can't make that claim. Because I show exactly what's going on. They can't make that claim. I get a lot of other rubbish, but I don't get that.
But that's what makes the panel great, Brian. You and Adam were there to do that.
You know, if I could go back and do that presentation I did in 2019, the presentations I was doing on surveying, and do that presentation again, let's say a year ago or so, I word it differently. Because I was talking about the XYZ plane that they use for coordinates and that in surveying and different, the way their tools work and different things like that, what they do. But I'll be wording what I'm doing differently. I worded it as they're begging the question, as they're adding in an R value after they've done their measurements, right? Which is shown by what they do. But I word that differently now. I will go back and I'd word it differently because obviously the way I worded it didn't have an impact on you, Nathan. But the way this refractive worded it in 2024 or whatever had an impact. And that's the thing, is like the way I was wording it obviously didn't have the impact because I was saying, I don't know what I was saying, but it didn't get through anyway. So this is the thing. I know you hear me, but whether you're paying full attention to what I'm saying is the thing. It's like with airplanes. How long does it take for you to get to pay attention to airplanes? And I still don't hear you referencing the lift effect, which is the real killer.
Well, Adam brought up pitch data yesterday and never mentioned the lift effect.
Yeah, but Adam does mention the lift effect.
I'm really sorry. It's just noisy here. Please keep the conversation
No,
going.
he didn't. He didn't. I was waiting for it, and he didn't.
No, he didn't then, but he does do it. At times, he will
So
go into the lift.
why don't you do it now? Right now.
No, not
What's
now.
the purpose of the lift effect?
I'm eating food.
Keeping the freaking plane in the air.
How does that prove Earth is flat?
Because they've got to keep the nose of the plane above the horizontal when in straight and level flight.
The chord line of the wings, which is running on the front leading edge of the wings, must be kept above horizontal, Nick, at all times. At all times. Horizontal can't be a changing orientation that changes in relation to itself. It has to be a constant orientation. Because any change in any way of that chord line, once you cannot fly around a sphere without going below the original horizontal. Let's just say if they want to say horizontal is local, which is crazy, then you have to break that original horizontal. Then that's a pitch down. There's no way around it. You can't fly around the globe, as admitted by Wolfie in 2016 in the videos, without pitching down. But you can pitch down, right?
Well,
you're going to lose lift. You'll fall out of the sky.
They're using the gravity stick now.
No, gravity isn't giving you an orientation. Your wing orientation is with respect to horizontal. Not gravity. Gravity's down. So you're saying that the down gives you the lift effect? No. Keeping your wing, the chord line, as Brian just described it, above the horizontal creates the lift as the air passes under and over the wing. That creates a difference in pressure to force the plane up. Well, that orientation of up and the altitude therein is measured with respect to sea level, and the orientation of the lift itself relies upon you being above the horizontal. Now, that's obviously what the lift is. The lift effect is what you're appealing to when we show the data for pitch. It's the pitch of the aircraft. That's what we're showing in pitch data, Neil. So when Brian says it's critical to understand the lift effect, to understand why pitch data is important and why it proves beyond all doubt we've got a flat plane being measured to show the plane remaining in the air. So when the NTSB come and study the flight, what do they want to see? Well, they want to see that the plane's in level flight for the whole time. And why would they be studying the data? Because that eventuality isn't the case anymore, and that's what they study in the data. They study the pitch of the plane as it hurtles towards the ground, potentially ending people's lives, Neil. You understand?
Oh, I understand perfectly.
Right, so whether or not they're...
But it's very sad.
Let me just end then.
Because
so whether or not they're in flight, that's flying, whether or not they've got lift is critical. It's the only important thing. It's quite literally life and death. And when you're dealing with it, the data is as is. You're not going to tell me that the NTSB is studying this data because it's been converted from a ball when they're studying the pitch with respect to horizontal. Not gravity, Neil.
Well, that's sad because you look it up and they'll tell you it's a gravity stick and they won't ever mention the things that you just mentioned now. This is in flight.
No,
if you
Neil,
look up
Neil, you're not
regular
listening.
how planes fly.
Neil, you're telling me what they tell you. No. Hello. Pitch data. There isn't an argument to be had here, Neil.
Yeah, Google can say it once. Neil. It doesn't mean anything if that can't be demonstrated in reality, and it can. If horizontal was changing its own orientation in relation to itself, and the plane was acting like as if it was connected to a stick at the center of a globe, then tell me, Neil, how did it come into land having been 100 and 150 miles, sometimes even more, distance between them and the airport, and they're only accounting for their attitude. How did they come into land then, Neil, when they need two parallel horizontals or two parallel verticals for that?
And regardless of your answer,
Over a
Neil,
distance of...
regardless of your answer, Neil, bear in mind that we've got pitch data that shows how planes actually behave with respect to the surface of Earth. Just bear that in mind.
That's pretty freaking sad, then. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they can say what they like, as Brian put it. I don't care what you say anymore. We used to.
It doesn't, the likes of all this grok and all these other AIs, it's getting so bad out there that the lies that's being told from AI to the world via Google searches and whatever else has now gone into other subjects and other areas. So, and there's people now calling out grok and all these for talking rubbish and telling lies. And they just blatantly keep talking rubbish and telling lies because that's what they're programmed to do. There's a certain narrative that grok and all these have to adhere to. And that narrative can be changed by the developers and the programmers tomorrow. So it doesn't matter what Google says anymore. That's the problem. It's starting to not matter. And this is what's going to be the downfall of it. What Google says means nothing because the demonstration is all that matters.
Yeah, remember I told you I was dealing with a kid that was in flight school? So he sent me a whole bunch of information over. I'll get it. I'll send it to you, Brian. But it's freaking sad. It really is. I mean, they can tell you anything and people jump on it.
Yeah, but maybe you have to be careful. In flight school, they might be using particular terms like gravity and different things like that. But when they're talking gravity, what they actually mean is just down. They couldn't tell you what gravity is themselves. So when they're saying certain terms, it's then just actually referring to something else in reality.
Got a commenter in my video from today. Big fan for a long time. Guy's called Max Power. Okay? Says, I have a P900 and P1000. For many years, I've turned more globe heads by letting them see the objects in the distance that should be affected by ball math than I could have ever hoped to by sitting at a table and forcing them to do math to prove that Earth is measured flat. Love you, brother. Response from somebody, random stranger called Boxster. And yet, you don't have a single one of your, quote, see too far photos on your site. Why is this? You know that a competent analysis of any of your photos would show that we don't see too far and that we don't see the base of your objects. Old news, there are no see too far photos. Now, in those two comments, the original comment from Max Power saying, I've converted more globe heads with my P900 and P1000 than I could have done by sitting at a table and telling them do the math, Earth's measured flat. And then a response that says, no, we don't see too far. Bottoms of objects are blocked. Those two comments summarise my sentiment from today's show perfectly. Yeah? Absolutely perfectly. Objects in the distance, how far in the distance? Second you give me a measurement, we're measuring Earth flat. What about how high we are to measure these pictures from what, height off sea level? Everything about this Max Powers comment is telling me I'm wrong to tell people that Earth's measured flat for every example that we make because he's managed to turn so many globe heads onto the Earth being flat with his see too far images he took with his P900 and P1000. That's what he's telling me. And then in the very next comment, someone says, you don't see too far. There are no see too far images. Bottoms of buildings are blocked by Earth curve. And so the argument continues. Suddenly, because of Max Power telling me, no, you're wrong. We just can show them images of seeing too far. Next comment, No, you don't. We don't see too far. We see the exact same distance that the Earth curve with refraction would tell us to see, etc., etc., etc. Yeah?
The problem there is that the first guy is referring to observation, but he's foregoing measurement as if observation is better. It's not. Not with a P900 and P1000, because you're limited in what you can show. And if the weather is going against you, you can show basically nothing. This is the problem. Because measurements don't rely upon the weather. The processes of the measurements are the processes. Now, what I will say is because I've seen it myself, and you will see it, is Tinfoil Hat Man's observations and what he can see and what he will see with what he's got. And that is like a P1000 is nothing in comparison. That's all I could say. So the second guy saying, oh, there's no C2 far photographs. Well, actually, that's a lie. There actually is no end of them. Right? Every photograph of anything is a C2 far photograph.
And
Because in every, 1 second, for them, for the ballers, because if for every single observation that you make with your eyes, right, at any distance, they must add in 7 over and greater than 7 over 6R, because the Earth does not adhere to the geometry of the globe. And that's the real thing. So him saying there isn't any, right, and then going to come in and say, oh, the bottom of objects are always blocked. That's another lie, right? That's not true either, right? Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. But the point being is that the horizon is not the geometric edge of a globe, geometric leading edge of a globe. There is no geometry for this globe. That's why you're seeing too far for a globe.
that's why
the
you
globe
not.
doesn't exist.
Well, if the globe doesn't exist, then there is no seeing too far, because the too far is
For
how.
their paradigm. For their paradigm. Not in reality. In reality, I'm not seeing too far. I'm just seeing what I'm seeing. For their paradigm, for that person, he has to say, oh, that there's this and that process is happening, and that's why we can't see the geometry of the globe. No, we can't see the geometry of the globe because the Earth's not a globe. That's the reason.
Yeah, well, I'm done giving them flat Earth to measure, to create a ball, to put into maths, to tell me that if I ignore perspective and measure my height off flat Earth, I can compare and contrast how far I'd see in an orthographic mathematics that puts a horizon that's alleged to be blocking my view below the surface level I've just measured to give me myself a height above it. This is utterly absurd, and I'm never going to concede to the idea or notion that a mathematical limitation dictates how far I should or shouldn't see, therefore labelling the observation of anything ever as seeing too far. No. Nothing's limiting my view, and the mathematics of a sphere-Earth horizon relies upon me measuring an Earth that's flat. So before I get to the point where I can say I'm seeing too far, or seeing just the right amount, I've got to measure Earth flat from my height above sea level. Unless I acknowledge my height above sea level, this maths doesn't work. The second I do start processing through the maths, I'm measuring an Earth that's flat to do it. So, I mean, I can't get myself to the place where we see too far, because we have to measure an Earth that's flat to suggest that the ball would limit our view. That's absurd. It's a violation of the base measurement that you put through that maths to make an inference that there's a limit to the distance. There isn't. We just see what we see.
For flat earthers to say we're seeing too far is ridiculous. I've no argument there. For ballers within their paradigm, for them, that's what they have to process in their head. They have to process it and come up with a load of rubbish about 7 over and greater than 7 over 6R, which is begging the question. They have to do that because for them, they are seeing too far. from their starting point, their starting mindset, they shouldn't be seeing this. I mean, whatever it is, the church, the tower, the whatever, the mountain. That's the problem.
That sounds stupid though, doesn't it? If I look at something and say I shouldn't be seeing that, as a statement, that's ludicrous.
Yeah, but think about the paradigm they live in. That's not ludicrous for them. Everything is ludicrous. That's only the start of the ludicrous for them.
You only see too far locally, is what you're missing.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. One day. Is this seeing too far thing? Is that only a local phenomenon? Because I thought we measured the Earth flat locally. So if we're locally seeing too far and we're locally measuring the Earth flat, is what we're seeing, right, 7 over and greater than 7 over 6R, or is it the actual geometry of Earth that we're measuring? This brings me back to my point yesterday or the day before, Nathan, that they're actively foregoing their 7 over and greater than 7 over 6R. Not that they had it to begin with, but they're foregoing it because they must now admit that locally it's flat. That means you're not, like that comment that guy gave, no, we don't see too far and blah, 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 and 7 over 6 and whatever. He won't be able to even tell you what it is he's claiming. Right? But that there is in complete contradiction to Simon Dan. You should use that, make a video about Simon Dan and about this cut. So which is it, Dan? Are we locally measuring it flat? Or is there local 7 over 6 and greater than 7 over 6?
Oh, no, but that would be creating an argument where none exists. So I don't need to ask Dan if it's measured flat. It is. That's why he's conceding to it. So at this point, should I say, well, which is it, Dan? Measured flat or this guy's version of a seeing too far / rebuttal that says we're not seeing too far? When I already know, and so does Dan, that it all gets measured flat. Locally, I don't give a shit what he says about local. That's just an apologetic that doesn't alter how Earth gets measured.
Yeah, but you're kind of missing what I'm trying to point out here. You should be setting them against each other. Because McToon said some stuff to me yesterday that's in contradiction to what Dan said. So is it measured locally? Is it locally measured flat? Or do we have 7 over 6 and greater than 7 over 6 at the local level? You can't have both. We're not. If you're seeing the point I'm making, Nathan, if Dan is admitting we're seeing that mountain at 30 miles away and we're measuring the angular size of it, and we're treating the Earth as flat to do it, everything's totally fine. The only a small discrepancy, which is a lie, right? So are we measuring with like 7 over 6R and greater than 7 over 6R, or are we measuring the geometry of Earth?
I already know the answer, but we already know the answer, don't we?
Yeah, well, but it's not what we know. You're missing the point. Not what we know is that when Dan states that we're measuring the Earth locally flat, then he's adhering to it. We're measuring the geometry of Earth. When someone else, like McToon or this guy in the comments, is trying to claim some 7 over or greater than 7 over 6R nonsense, then he's going against what Dan is saying.
Yeah.
The two of them are in complete opposition.
What you're saying is, if Dan says that Earth's measured flat locally and Trig's okay locally, and for convenience, yes, they do measure Earth flat locally, but it breaks apart at larger scales, and therefore, when Dan agrees with me that Earth's measured flat, he's disagreeing with people who say Earth isn't measured flat, correct?
Yeah, who are saying that it only looks that way, it only looks flat because of terrestrial non-refraction.
Okay. I mean? Well, let me just try this instead. So Toon says, Nathan's a child abuser. And I say, Simon Dan says Earth's measured flat though, Toon. Locally.
Perfect. Because you could continually respond to his bullshit about his personal attacks with you. And the only way to respond to him at this stage, the only actual way to respond to him would be a court case. But you could do that, right? Or you could just point out that Dan is adhering to and admitting that Earth is measured flat, just like conspiracy cats. So
Yeah. I wonder if
is
we'll
he in
have
opposition to them?
I wonder if we'll have history repeating itself and Dan will, like cats, bugger off and start making video about ghosts and ghoulies and Bigfoot and hand his channel off to some other tosspot like McToon who can go nuts and scream my name into the snow off the back of someone else's hard work building up a channel like Cats did when he gave his channel to Toon. Maybe Simon Dan will do the same thing and hand down his channel to some other numpty, like I say, you can scream my name into the snow also.
Well, Dan is getting more and more desperate. As Dan made a video about me recently, and he told lies in the video. He also gave a load of details about the Blackpool photograph that weren't correct. And it's like the details were all pumped up. Like, these were not the details that they all agreed to, right, back in 2021. Suddenly, all these extra details are in there. And when I asked for any, origin of these details, any validity of some of the details, sorry.
Yeah.
I have to cough. When I asked for some validity of any of these details, I got nothing but abuse. I put out a community post. I got abuse, got nothing. Because there is no validity for any of the details. So Dan is at present, like Dan, in my opinion, before, was just being kind of sarcastic and just punting the globe rhetoric. But now he has become an anti-flat earther, and he has become desperate, become more of a lawyer and more nasty. Because obviously something has hurt them. They don't do this unless something bothers them. So something tells me Dan consulted a surveyor or something. It's like, well, gravity isn't a force, but you can treat it as a force. I think Dan got one of those of a surveyor. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I think Dan got a bit of that. Well, you know what I mean? We don't measure it as a globe, but we know it's a globe or something off of the surveyor. Something like that. And he's not saying nothing about it because Dan is behaving differently now. Dan was never so dishonest in the past. He never felt the need to. He was always on the periphery, just making these videos were never a problem. Dan was never even annoying before, but he's become annoying in recent times. That's a sign to
annoying
me.
As in, it's frustratingly when he's disingenuous and lying.
Well, his frustration is leading him to do that.
Do you notice how he started getting so bold?
Why?
Since he had Jiren on.
I mean, for a lot of them, though, that will have been like, look, the biggest flat earther has fallen, therefore, obviously, flat earth as a thing is dead now, and we can all get back on with our lives, right? Yeah, but I'm still here, aren't I? Saying Earth's measured flat, and Dan's confirming it. And while he's making that video, he's going to feel the way Conspiracy Cats felt while he was making his video about perspective. When you get to a point where you feel like you're a pretty good researcher and you can handle this, and being nonchalant and coming across a bit dumb like Dan does works to your advantage when you're actually a reasonable researcher and you can find your way around the argument with a bit of effort. So he does, and it's affirmed that Earth gets measured flat and trigs used, and yeah, the height's going to be off a flat surface, and yeah, that's how we do it. But it does, Dan is told, according to Brian's storytelling, find out that it breaks down at bigger scales. So, it's okay to measure it flat. It's still a ball, Dan. It's still a ball. So he goes forward and he makes his video. And you can hear the frustrated tone in his voice while he's saying that my video hasn't worked out well for me because he's now appreciating that it's okay to measure Earth flat. And it still means Earth's a ball when he, Dan, measures Earth flat. And an understanding of trig that's used on a flat surface is okay, because we're still on a ball, Nathan, you dum-dum. Rubbish video, Nathan, rubbish. I understood that we could measure Earth flat as ballers. That's what he's done. Now, in his mind, he's going, yeah, this is right, this makes sense, this is good. Telling Nathan that I'm allowed to use a flat Earth, like Cats did, was in his mind at the time a really good idea. until I took every fucking word he said and put it next to each other, one after the next, with him saying Earth's measured flat, trig's okay, triangles are all good, elevations are perpendicular, distances are linear, yes, surveyors measure Earth flat, yes, it's locally flat, yes, it's okay to know it's measured flat because it's only local and that's convenient. That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
is
I'll
that
agree
gonna-
to that.
Yeah, because you can imagine a situation like surveyors don't go out there measuring curvature. They don't even think about it. Regardless if they're planar, what they call planar or geodetic, they just go out and do what they have to do. Right? They're still using the same tools, same processes. And they don't think about how much order should be or any of the rest of it. None of that happens. They just measure what they measure and they do what they do. And that is the use of horizontals and verticals and triangles. That's the base, that is the backbone of surveying. So when they go out there and they measure between mountains or along a roadway or whatever the hell they do, right, they're adhering to a constant horizontal plane through the earth. That's what, and vertical heights and drops above and below that constant horizontal plane. Everything they do requires the earth to be a flat plane, right? It can only be described, what they show means the earth can only be described as flat. So when Dan is in a conversation with these people, Dan can be sitting there going, yeah, but you can say, well, we don't really take curvature into account because we're only measuring, and like the earth is really big. And Dan goes, yeah, Dan is pointing, yeah, it's going to be negligible, isn't it? And the guy is probably going, yeah, I'm sure, it's just that. Like the earth is very big. The guy is not even thinking that, hang on a minute. He's not thinking, hang on, a 3959 sphere, and I'm measuring there, and then this. He's not going into all that. He's not adding all that together. He's just doing his job. He's not giving it a second thought. No more than the block layer gives it a second thought that the wall has to be horizontal and vertical at the top. Or sorry, vertical and horizontal at the top. The block layer just does what they do. You know what I
Same
mean?
thing with
These
pilots.
people
They just fly, right? They don't think about anything.
Yeah, but they just fly, exactly. Yeah, but let's just focus on the surveyors. They're just doing their job. They're not thinking about all the rubbish that's going on the Dan's head. And Dan is looking for the guy to say, agree with him on stuff. So when Dan probably throws in a conversation, yeah, it would be negligible. The guy go, yeah. I mean, there wouldn't be, you know what I mean? And the guy just go, yeah. Like, the guy's not even giving a thought. Dan needs these little acceptances for him to continue on. So he can say, yeah, it's only local, it's all local. You know what I mean? No, Dan, it's not. The whole world is measured the same way. And it's measured to not be as low. The opposite of that. Do you know what I mean? But he's at the point where I feel he's consulted someone. That's the feeling I get, because he's willing to go with an acceptance of it's locally flat. You know, how many of these little inadequacies would you have to have if the earth was a globe for a surveyor? I mean, how could they measure anything and ignore all these little points where our curvature wasn't taken into account? How are you going to have any correctness over a big distance? You won't have. So what Dan is calling negligible would become a monstrous problem from a surveying point of view. It would be a monstrous problem. So there's a whole drop value that you haven't adhered to for 50 miles. Tell me how they don't adhere to a drop value for 50 miles or 30 miles, as Dan was saying. How did they not adhere to that drop value over a 30-mile distance? 30 miles. The drop value is supposed to be there. You tell me surveyors could just ignore that? No, surveyors don't ignore these things. Dan just needs to say what he's saying to help him sleep at night, which he probably isn't. It's probably not why he's working.
Like we said yesterday, though, Brian, and I know this and you know this, it's a mathematical concept after. They'll tell you in the books that, surveyors measure the locally flat, yeah? So then that gets you, but on larger scales, they do this and that. So I went through it last night with, only for just a bit of interest to myself, but I know the answer anyway. And it's so easy to do. So I asked AI, do surveyors measure the locally flat on small surveys? Yes, they do. Right. So I asked them, what tools did they use? Theodolite was in there and level. I asked them, did these tools measure curvature? And the answer was no, they measure angles. So then I went to ask on larger scales then, what tools are used on the larger scales? can't read at the moment. But it went into GPS, some other laser mechanisms, and other stuff. So I went through each point asking AI, does this measure curvature or angles? And every answer said it either measures 2 points of a distance or angles. So there's not, even on the larger scales, you can just do quick searches and it tells you that no curvature is being measured on larger scale operations as well, which we know. And then we went on to conclude that. So when AI is telling you it's accounting for curvature, it's just applying like a model like WGS 84, which is a mathematical model which accounts for curvature after the angle has been measured.
Yeah, well, WGS 84 just doesn't adhere to time zones, basically. So like the WGS 84 is what they all convert everything to match in the end. Even with GPS, you have a local horizontal and a local vertical, right? That is then converted to the WGS 84. And then it's put onto a ball after that WGS 84 is wrapped around a ball, turned into a ball again. So, like, it's all BS. They're not doing anything. It's all mathematical conversion back to a paradigm of belief. That's all it is. There is nothing they do on the large scale that's measuring any consistent culture in any way, shape, or form. They're measuring the earth. And for that, they must adhere to constant horizontal plane of reference, constant, unchanging orientation. That's what they're doing. I know what they're doing. As I said, my mother's partner is a retired geodetic surveyor.
How else would they measure?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. And we all know this, but, you know, if you just put locally in there, that's just eases the burden a bit, doesn't it? It's locally flat, you know, but on bigger projects, you know, it is a globe, but locally flat, mate.
See, but there are no flat surfaces on a sphere. Right? What are you going to say now? Well, it's not a perfect sphere.
But what sphere? Isn't it a sphere at all?
Exactly. So you can't measure anything locally flat because there are no flat surfaces on a sphere.
But so when you asked to be given these measurements, you were given a load of names and nonsense. There's no processes going on in there. No one's detailing the processes of what has happened in this in these supposed measurements you're given. Just names and claims. That's all that's in there. Nothing else. And when we went through that
sorry to interrupt. Yes, Brian, I just want to labour that because I listened back to yesterday's show and that was apparent. So you and QE are kind of interrupting me to say, no, you don't need to dissect this as much as you are. In other words, that you're not always wanting me to elaborate at the, you know, for the benefit of the audience. You were like, no, just show. In other words, in some instances, when Simon done yesterday is making claims that, like you say at this point, well, on a bigger scale, we measure it ball-shaped. Show. Just show.
Yes.
No, they don't. You're acknowledging how a surveyor will use trig. That's a method for measuring Earth, and ipso facto, it's flat. But then he says, but on bigger scales, it's measured ball-shaped. Show.
Exactly. Which is what.
Yeah, but that's what I was just asking McToon. Show me the ball measurements, not a bunch of freaking references.
Not show you. No, show it. Go and demonstrate it. Not just come back with a load of links to nonsense.
Right. So maybe I got to be more specific. How should I word it?
Don't stay away from that now.
We'll just say, show me Earth measurements. Any.
But that's what I asked him, and he gave me all those references.
Yeah, they're going to send you a load of rubbish because they don't have anything. This is why I'm trying to get them to go out and measure the angular size of Dale Craig from Southport. That's about 50 miles. Will they have anything to do with it? Any of them? Not one of them will address it because they know what's going to happen. They won't address it. That's the show. You know, unless is that local as well? It is. You know what I mean? Because it seems to be local as far as you can see. How do you measure beyond local? What is the start of
Well, it's easy.
in their paradigm?
But it's,
Just 1 second,
it's
William.
easy,
Just
Brian.
1 second. Just 1 second. What is the start of our curve in our paradigm? The horizon, the point you can't see past. So all these measurements for the globe, all this globe stuff, it's all in the place you can never see. But if you can see it, it's local. Go on, Monday.
Sorry about that, Brian. I was just saying it is done over long distances. I mean, latitude's been measured, hasn't it, and mapped. And a quick search on that will teach you that Mariner's sextants that's a tool that measures latitude. That's the common knowledge. Yeah, latitude's been mapped and measured. Yeah, for navigation, and sextants measure latitude. And then another quick search will tell you that what the sextants measure. Well, they measure elevation angles. So latitude is an elevation angle measurement used for mapping and navigating the Earth. It's an angle measurement. It's not a curve measurement that we use to navigate the surface of Earth. So it's obviously horizontal.
Yeah.
And they know it too.
I mean, I think the more they call me a deplorable human being, like Dan did in his video, you're like, that is a tell. When you're saying, oh, he's obviously come across something disturbing, you're like, yeah, what he spoke about is disturbing to them. And what's that? Well, the Earth's measured flat, just locally though. So they're now they it's not like they're unaware that they're mitigating for the affirmation of what I say. My argument's Earth's measured flat, and Dan's like, yeah, but that's all right. That doesn't mean it's flat. What? That it's measured flat? That means it isn't. That's your argument. That's going to hurt, right? That's going to be painful.
Yes. And the only way they can get at you is character assassination, because they can't win. It's not an argument to win.
That's excruciatingly painful. That's what that is.
I think you're right, Brian. Really, really, really excruciatingly painful. It's like when I said you're pouring salt on them. You're like, I don't need to be pouring salt on them. It doesn't matter. You just stating the fact of the matter is pouring salt all over them. Large, gaping wounds of ball. Remember how we used to say it's like a paper mache, the globe? Nah, it's just a bunch of crumbled up nothing
No,
on a table.
you've just highlighted an interesting analogy. The parallels are making themselves more obvious. We came across this subject with an open mind in the most literal sense. So, although it was surprising to poke that hole in the papier-mâché globe that you're just describing by metaphor, we saw the guy on the other side looking through. They're like, wow, there's nothing inside this globe. It's just made of papier-mâché. It's complete sham. And then there's some guy on the other side, in my old analogy from way back when, where you see that guy looking through from the other side. That's like you and me, Neil, in this analogy, finding one another as we both look through the papier-mâché globe. Now, yesterday I was saying that we're all in the same group, so when the overall conglomerative effort of flat earth and anti-flat earth as one thing has a need for the volume to be turned down on it, Dan's volume and my volume both simultaneously get turned down because the contextual greater masses need to see that flat earth's winding down at the moment, those silly billies. It's all kind of going away and fading away, isn't it? Yeah. That's the impression that's being created. Now, that obviously affects Dan because he's sat at the same table as us. See where I'm going with this? So when you think about your papier-mâché globe analogy, now replace the guy on the other side of the globe that's made of paper, glued together with nothing inside it. Instead of a friendly you on the other side of the globe poking through, going, hey, let's check it out, there's nothing in this. It's not you anymore in the analogy, it's Dan. It's Dan on the other side of the papier-mâché globe. He's poked his hole. He's gone, retard flat earthers, always wrong about their stupid nonsense. Let's go and prove Nathan wrong again. Let's have a look how we measure Earth. Flat, 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 flat. Well, there must be a reason why we measure it flat, because it's a globe. That's what he gets. What's he actually doing? By metaphor, he's poking his finger through the papier-mâché globe and realising it's fucking hollow. And what's he doing as a reaction? Saying, I'm deplorable and wrong, and repeating the absolutely shite paper-thin rhetoric that he's come across. And what's the paper-thin rhetoric say when you look at how Earth's measured? It's saying what he said, what Dan said. Yes, it's measured flat, but it's only local. Don't worry your precious little head about it, it's still a globe, because these absolutely without question flat Earth measurements break down at a bigger scale, so you don't have to worry your precious little head about it. It's still a globe. That's what he's got. That's what he's got to go on. Now, when I see that, I go, wow, this globe's got nothing inside it then. Just the flat Earth measurements. Dan goes, I hate Nathan. He's deplorable.
Yeah, his recent video was terrible.
What'd you say? His recent video was therapy?
No, terrible. Like that's what Dan is saying. Your recent video is just really, really bad, Nathan, or some rubbish. You know what I mean? That's all he's got. He's looked through that paper mache. No, he's looking through and seeing Nathan. Nathan's looking at him, and he's got nothing.
Oh yeah, I see it now. And the hatred is spewing from him. Same way it's spewing from McToon. Let's face it, all of them have poked through that paper mache.
Yeah, I don't know if that means that we should actually exercise a little bit more empathy towards them, because, you know, they're sharing their pain, as we put it. So maybe we should be, like, more concerned about how they're going through the same process we did. It's just they're not happy about it. So should we not, like, counsel them, guide them through this process, like, empathise with Dan?
No.
Just don't leave. Just the thing to do is not to show them extra empathy, because we've done that in the past and that doesn't work. The thing to do is not allow them to cause us to end up angry, because that's what they want to do. They want you in a position like you were in earlier, Nathan.
Oh, a computer can do that to me. Dan can't.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? But they want a situation where they can anger you or cause you frustration, and that's waste your time. So this is what they're at now. They need to waste our time. They need to make us angry. They need to frustrate us. You know what I mean? It's like they need to do that,
they can achieve it.
They only have hate now. Go on.
If my own paranoia is doing it in that regard, because, you know, as much as I can take joy out of extracting flat Earth evidence from Dan's admissions, what really annoys me is what do I really want? When I'm really giving the list of what I do, what do I say I am first and foremost? YouTuber. Right, so what do I really want? I want a really high standard of show. I want the visuals to look beautiful. I want the sound to be outstanding. I want the discussion to be of a high quality. I want the information to be top notch. I want all of the above. If I get a fucking whirly whirl, it makes me want to swear. It's like, what's the point of not swearing? Fucking whirly whirl. I can't even respond to this video. I've got gigabit internet. That even in itself is making me stutter and stammer over my words. You know, because I'm a bit of a perfectionist when it comes to the production of my show. That's what I trained as. It's what I did. It's that attacks my core, because I want the show standard to have high production value. It's like, I know it's flat, that's not going to change. But me, with a low standard of visual fidelity, is really embarrassing.
Yeah, but the problem is that you're wanting perfection out of an internet situation, and it's not controllable to the degree you want it to be. So it will go wrong. That's the problem. You're not in control of how much internet you get when you get it. You are. Some other company you're in control just of that one aspect. Your mind in control of what people will say or do. Just that one aspect means that you're dealing with a completely uncontrollable situation.
Yeah, that's not good for me. I'm a complete control freak in that regard. So, to the point where I want my guests to sound better, so I've started sending out microphones. I'm a total control freak, aren't I? But why wouldn't you be? Unless you're that kind of perfectionist when it comes to something you're producing. It's like, well, I have actually got control over it, or at least in my mind I have. I know you're pointing out where I haven't, and you're right. But that is obviously going to frustrate me, right? And it does. But as I'm trying to say, Dan, to a certain extent, the hypocrisy and criminality and outright defamation that we have to suffer is egregious by contrast to us winning the argument. And I can moan about that, right? But again, in the same way you're saying what they want is your frustration at them misrepresenting you and all those things. You're like, yeah, wouldn't it be much better if we were in court arguing about some lie somebody's defamed me with, rather than the flat earth we measure? Because that's what it's really about, isn't it? They win if they make it about something it isn't, to the point where I'm so pissed off I want to take legal action against them for it. Because then it's not about earth being measured flat anymore, is it? Well done. Yeah? Yeah, it is always going to be about Earth being measured flat, though. And again, that's probably why they're venting their frustration with a book coming out, because then it's suddenly less about me as the individual character when they try and assassinate me. If someone's got a book in front of them, that's beyond their control. They don't like that. If it's about YouTube and people's personality, you can tarnish that. Yeah, it's interesting times.
Did the translator get in here?
No, it doesn't matter until Adam and QE get here, really.
Yeah, but I was able to invite him to Master B, but...
Oh, he's been in several times, if you're just checking if he's been able to get in full stop. Yes, he's gone in more than once.
Today?
How about today?
I'm in Discord. I'm just waiting in Discord.
Oh, no, he's got him. How you doing? You got him before because I sent him the link. But now he's in Master B, so you could just gather the link from you.
Yeah, he's just answered you, Neil. Did you hear him?
Yes, I know. I said hello to him. Did you hear me?
Yeah, it was a weird conversation.
Hey Nathan, what area or chapter of the book do you think any of the flat Earth, anti-flat earthers are going to try and, not that they can, but do you think they're going to target one area in particular? Because they're going to get the book and try and rip it to bits, aren't they, and pull something out of it and some contradiction or error, which I suppose there's none of. I'm just saying, has it crossed your mind that if any particular topic or chapter that they're going to highlight on, what do you think that would be? That makes any sense?
It's hard to answer you without sounding really big-headed, right? But there's a reason why the book's taken 2 years to come out. Now, as much as all they're actually doing by getting ahead of the book, as Ranty put it, right, is acknowledging that it's been gone through with a fine-tooth comb So when we reference something, if I was to say, all right, maybe they'll really try and take apart the section on gravity, you're like, I mean, what's to take apart? We're going to be referencing hostile sources wherever possible. So it's like, you don't like your own source, then you don't have to. You can rock an hard place all the way through. You don't have to like your source when we describe your source and detail your source and explain how your source is, affirming a flat earth or affirming a pseudo-geometry. It's like, it kind of is what it is. And the I's and T's have been crossed and dotted 4 times with rewrites. Yeah? Now, the most recent example would be what we've most recently written. So the most recent chapter was celestial navigation. So as we're going through it, we're saying, well, what in this chapter is going to be pulled apart? And as it got mentioned on today's show, dip got brought up because there's an assumption that dip has something to do with Earth curve. So obviously when you go through the section in celestial navigation on dip, it's going to be heavily referenced, heavily cited, hostile in nature. It's kind of a pick your fight, pick whatever you like. You're just not going to get anywhere. But will they try and pick flaw in all of it initially while they're reading it? But will they find anything to pick flaw with? No. You're not going to be hearing in 6 months, oh, if only the gravity chapter was better researched, you wouldn't have all of these people pointing out where there's this egregious error where you suggested that Newton came up with the 4th dimension. Man, don't you look silly.
It's it's gone on a while, and it's been gone over with a fine tooth comb, and that's the reason why, isn't it? You've got to be spot on, which you are.
That's why I thought, as much as I've forgotten is it Jeopardy? You're giving the answer to the question, why have you started selling microphones temporarily? Well, because the book has been polished to within an inch of its life so that it's the ultimate flat earth reference, as opposed to Nathan Oakley's book that you can take apart because he's a bit lazy and hadn't cited anything as well as it needed to be cited. Well, fortunately for me, I've got 2 ghostwriters that have come along and gone, let's polish this up and make it as high a standard as it can be. And all they can do as a result of that polish is suggest that it's not my book anymore. Okay.
Have you got into the linear talk or the book?
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like they're trying to jump on that for some reason, myself. I mean, we all know linear is a straight line measurement, and it's, in the very beginning. But it's like they're trying to twist it, aren't they, to say that, Nathan's saying that you can't put a tape measure around a ball. That's what they're just twisting it to say that you're saying that, or we're saying that. Where we're not saying that, are we?
Saying a mile is a straight linear measurement of distance.
Exactly. No, we're not saying that. Exactly, Nathan.
That's correct. But I think they'll try and jump on that, and not that they'll be correct, of course. Anything they jump on, they won't be correct because the Earth is measured flat. Obviously, we know that, and the Greeks knew that. But that's what they do, isn't it? They twist things and try and say things that haven't been said, and put words in other people's mouths. We've seen it, haven't we, the last couple of videos, how they behave.
Yeah.
No, yeah, this is how they behave.
What, scummy?
Well, they can't. All right, not a debate no more. It's just a fact. So they have no way to fight against this. So the best thing they could do is to try and make you look like the worst human being possible. So nobody listens to you, you know? You got robots eating his children. I mean, this is, same tactics.
Their globe measurements are our flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, that's correct. But it's okay because the flat Earth measurements are only locally flat when we create our globe with these measurements. So it's okay, we can still accept that Earth's a globe. Because of how flat we can locally measure it. That's their argument.
We all know that measurements are not an argument. It's just a fact of what's being done when you need to measure something.
Yeah, and like Nathan does it all the time, and this is the belt. Latitude is the one in my mind. You use it; it's on maps. It's been measured. It is an elevation angle, and elevation angle measuring tools measure it. Bye bye.
I think that's what's driving them crazy too, because I think for all of them, the penny has dropped. But there's this thing called pride getting in the way. And you can't expect them, after all these years, to just come out and admit, okay, yeah, by your measurements, Earth is flat. That will never happen.
No, you'll get what
Yeah, but
Dan's done. Yes, the measurements are flat, but it's still a globe. That's what Dan's done.
That's what I was just going to say, exactly the same words. Yeah, we do measure it flat, but it's still a globe.
Yeah, that's the pride kicking in.
The globe is flat. It was measured like that.
Yeah, the globe is measured flat. I agree.
No, just because we measure the Earth flat doesn't mean that it is flat. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's closer to what he said. Yeah, just because we measure it flat doesn't mean it is flat. We only measure it flat because it's convenient to measure it flat, and we only measure it flat on a small scale because on a big scale it's a ball. That's what Dan's actually saying, to be representing him correctly.
It's actually.
Sorry, Brian.
It's actually just 1 second, one day. It's actually slightly worse than that. This is Dan's full situation. Just because we measure our flat doesn't mean that it is flat. We measure our flat because it's a globe. That's the exact Dan right there. Go on, one day. Sorry.
I think I was just going over. Yeah, he did say it's just for ease, just to make things easier. Not going to measure the globe, because if we measure the globe flat, it's just more simpler and easier to do. So forget the shape, the real shape, the globe, and we'll just measure it flat because it's easier to do that.
Well, if you go to the Toyota factory, right, and say, why don't we just make toboggans? That would be easier than cars. Did they start making toboggans? You know what I mean? It's easier to do that.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about wheels no more. Wheels getting old and running out. It's easier that way.
engines, all that. And we don't need all that.
Yeah, we don't need phones. Just get a homing pigeon.
John F. Kennedy says that we don't do things because they're easy. We do them because they're hard. Remember he said that?
We're not going to the moon because it's easy. We choose to go to the moon because it's hard.
And that is what people do. Humans are always wanting to do something that's difficult. They're always wanting to do it. Humans will cut corners in your average 9-to-5 job, right, as much as they can. But they're not going to cut corners to the point of measuring the Earth to be a flat plane when it's actually a globe. That's not the corners they're going to be cutting. And
Well, this goes back to the beginning of the show we were talking about, the simplicity of it. They want something hard and difficult, and no, it can't be that simple, but it is.
Yeah.
No, it's got to be pi equals 2. Now, there's something wrong. There's something wrong.
Yeah, forget the elevation angle that you've just measured from sea level.
2 pi Ornian, not pi equals 2.
I'm just reading it the way it was text to me.
No, that's what they're saying to
said.
him. That's what they're telling him. If it's the elevation angle measurement to Polaris for latitude at the rate of 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles, then pi equals 2. That's what they're telling us.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Not only are they telling us that, they're trying to represent it like we're making that as an argument, Brian. It's more egregious than it might first seem.
Is that also
You think I'm joking? Well, Brian thinks I'm joking. Neil, can you tell him I'm not joking?
I'm not. I don't think I'm joking. I'm laughing.
No, that's the way they phrase it.
But an elevation angle was still measured, correct?
Yes, it was measured. But yeah, Brian, that's the way they phrase it. They say pi equals 2.
But that makes all the sense in the world.
We're not bothered about pi, are we?
I don't use it myself.
Yeah, Brian, you were here for that conversation. It was from that Torah for Yah person.
Yeah, but I didn't hear him saying pi equals 2. I heard him say pi equals 2 or I can't remember what he said, but exactly. But he didn't say just pi equals 2.
I'll get the text and I'll send it to you.
I don't care. I don't care where he said it. How about that? So I don't have to deal with it.
Calm your pants.
I don't care. Stupid nonsense.
Right, but I'm just telling you, I heard you correct it before, but I'm just going to verbatim say it the way it was sent to me in a message.
I think they want to talk about, when you that with someone's. I've had this discussion about the like the latitude back to 0 degrees from Polaris. Is someone claiming that's a circle of equal altitude? Or is it just a latitude measurement?
The two are the same. The two are one and the same thing. But what we want to do is whistle past the circle flat, elevation angle flat, and then argue about what that makes pi. You understand the game, right?
Oh yeah, I do. But I don't know. I think there's something. I heard something on politics or somewhere.
They don't. The question that they were asking is a good question, right? Because we've spoke about it in the past, me and Adam anyway. Right? It's the conversion between nautical and statute. That's really what the question is. Is that is the given conversion rate the correct conversion rate between those two miles?
Right. But the measurement was a elevation angle measurement at sea level, wasn't it?
Yeah, but the focus was on the conversion, right? Now they didn't realize as much. I don't think that the conversion was the focus, but I pointed out some of the conversion issues, and then it was kind of more focused upon. But maybe they were focusing on it beforehand, but they weren't being clear, in my opinion. But it's about whether or not 1.150 statute miles equals to 1 nautical mile, or not. That's what we're talking about. That's what it's actually about. They were just using a radius and a circumference of an equator, a radius and a circumference of an equator line, or a curved line of an equator. They were saying, but on a flat Earth that would make it 39,000 miles and blah blah blah. So yeah, it would if the conversion rate is 1.150. But the conversion rate might be only 0.5754 or something like that. That means it wouldn't be 39,000 miles. It would be 19,000 miles or 19,500.
Brian, weren't you telling me one time that you got a way of doing it without using pi, and it comes out the same or better? I forgot what the conversation was.
I don't use pi. I replace pi. Pi is wrong. But to do this thing wouldn't make any difference. It'll be more accurate. The end result would be more accurate, but it would only be a slight difference from what they would show with pi. But it'd just be more accurate. But it wouldn't make any difference. The issue here is the conversion. Not like there's still always going to be 5,400 nautical miles between the North Pole and the equator. That's always going to be the case, right? Via the measurement of Polaris, right? Elevation angles to Polaris. There's always going to be 5,400 miles between that point, those 2 points. But how many statute miles there is in between that 5,400 nautical miles is the thing. Because that's 5,400 nautical miles. Is that then 6,000? Is that then 6,213 or 10 or whatever it is statute miles, or is it actually only half that, or some other derivative?
Well, I wonder why don't we just stick to 1?
We can. We need to use statute miles. Statute miles is what statute miles is the main baseline, that in kilometers, I suppose. But we need a nautical mile because if we're going to use the celestial bodies. But the thing is, these days they claim to not use the celestial bodies anymore. So really, they don't have to be using the nautical miles, but they still do for all travel on the sea and in the air. So a nautical travel. When we use statute mile distances on land or kilometer distances on land, when it comes to sea and air, we're using, which are the biggest distances, we're using nautical miles. So we don't know, we're just pre-assuming that there's this much statute miles within that amount of nautical mile distance. But there may not be. The conversion might be wrong.
Why don't you just keep it to 69? Why don't you just keep it to nautical miles for everything?
Yeah, but we won't know what a statute mile then.
Well,
you have to need a statute mile. You do.
What for?
You can't go without the statute. See, this is the thing. This is the issue that they were having. It's the conversion between the statute and nautical.
Well, isn't a mile a mile?
No, a mile is a mile, but you don't know how. It's about the conversion. The given conversion between a nautical mile and a statute mile is that there's 1.1508 statute miles for every 1 nautical mile. But if that's wrong, then that changes the actual sizes and distances, right? Because the nautical mile distances won't change because they're always going to be based off angle, right, originally. So they're not going to change. It's only the statute mile distances. So let's just say it's actually not. It's actually not 1.15 away statute miles for every nautical mile. Let's say it's 0.5754 statute miles for every nautical mile. Suddenly, the equator's actual size then is 19,500 miles or close on that, not 39,000 miles, and certainly not 24,000 miles or 25,000 like the globe. Do you know what I mean? It's about we're accepting a conversion that may be correct, but it should be checked like all other things.
Yes, I'm glad you got there in the end. That was going to be my immediate response. As long as we are conceding that we haven't checked any of this and it all needs to be checked from scratch if we're going to infer it as being hard and fast. So, you know, when you were saying earlier, Neil, that you got a response in your comments, why is it that you're immediately asking me to reference my measurements? Well, they could perceive that as a weakness on our part, because while it is true that all of the Earth measurements are flat, they're not our measurements of our flat Earth. Well, it's not our Earth for a start, but we're not the ones who've measured it. We're not the ones who need it to be flat. They're the ones who have got the measurements, and their measurements are flat. Now, they can apologise for their measurements and say, our measurements of a flat Earth are okay on a local scale, it's still a big ball, but they are their measurements. It's their system. And so long as, like Brian did it right at the end, kudos, say, yeah, as long as we appreciate that, you know, these aren't ours, we haven't validated them, they're their measurements, that, yeah, they are flat, but they're theirs, aren't they?
Absolutely.
The given distances, sorry, just 1 second here. The given distances in statute miles are given to us by them, because the conversion, well, to say by them, I can't guarantee it's by them either. I can't say the 1.158 conversion for statute to nautical comes from the ball or ballers, because that's not true. That may not be true either. But what we do know is we are given this, and it should be checked, because we don't know if it's correct. Because so much of the rest of the stuff we were given was shown to be incorrect. The list is as long as it's both your arms. Do you understand what I mean? So it should be checked, but that doesn't mean that they gave it to us. But it does mean they used it. But then again, maybe they did give it to us. We don't know. We don't know where they are. Like, we don't know how correct it is.
But the point is, the initial point we shall be saying is, it's an elevation angle measurement in the first instance, and what was done with it thereafter is, well, I don't know, but it is an elevation angle measurement to and from Polaris.
Yeah, those are facts. They can't be disputed.
Yeah. So anything after that is somebody's give that a value and that a value, and they've changed that value to that value if you're in the air, sea, or land. But it all came from an elevation angle measurement at sea level to and from Polaris. That's where it originated from. Yeah.
It's like this: the angle doesn't change, and the amount of nautical miles won't change, because the amount of minutes of degree in the angle won't change. But the conversion, how many statute miles are within that, is the question that was being asked, and that's the question that I've in the past that I have investigated and I spoke about with Adam. We just don't know for definite. Could be right or could be wrong. We don't know.
All I know is any measurements you take are going to need a flat plane of reference to measure from. That's how I do it when I work.
Well, yeah. And where Earth's concerned, it will be when you look at all the measurements associated with that, like latitude and surveying, it's all angle measurements and elevation angle measurements, no curved measurements. We can talk about curved measurements if you want, if we're measuring curves, of some sorts. But you won't be using them curved measuring tools or equipment when measuring Earth because it's already listed what tools are used. The Mariner's sextant's one of them that measures latitude, which is an elevation angle, which has not got anything to do with a curvature. And you're measuring latitude for mapping and navigating on the surface of Earth. So just them simple 2 or 3 points there is the end of the story. You could say it's just locally flat if you want. If you're a ball and say it's just locally flat, just a big ball. But then when you look into the bigger projects of surveying, they'll still tell you that what they're using is measuring actual angles and horizontals and verticals on the larger projects. So the process hasn't changed, it doesn't change. There's just some mathematics that are introduced afterwards for the larger projects for some reason to turn them angle measurements into curvature distances. How bizarre.
I had something interesting happen to me this morning, like really early this morning and last night, kind of. I talked to Andrew Wilson, and he's a pretty big head in the debate realm. Talked to him last night and about flat Earth, and got booted off of his server. So they kicked me.
Wow, just like that.
Just like, I mean, and we had a pretty lengthy conversation, and it ended in just me being booted as soon as I was about to start posting citations and stuff. So
Yeah, don't be surprised. He's the same as the rest of them.
I really laid out a good logical syllogism because he likes logic. He knows the principles of logic. And, I tried to lay out a good logical syllogism with, the nature of water and water being the main surface of Earth and how that would follow that the surface of Earth is flat. He wasn't having it though, so he kind of poked and picked, and I was able to answer here and there whatever he was asking, and like rise over run, celestial navigation, all that stuff, and I just got booted.
See what I mean? Flatsy, we were talking about it earlier today. This guy is into logic. He's into logic, so you come logically. They want this to be so complicated when it's as simple as Earth is measured flat.
Exactly.
They want it to be so complicated.
Yeah, but he wasn't allowing. I'd say Flatsy, he didn't allow you to get to the point of producing the measurements and the processes of the measurement.
Of course not.
Would I be correct?
Yeah, with the, they were trying to go into military equipment and things. So I was going to do the Sea Sparrow. I was going to give them the information for the Sea Sparrow, but no, that ended real quick. Right before I was able to even say anything about it, to go over it with them, I got booted.
But it just shows you they're scared of the truth, aren't they?
I don't know. I don't think it was Andrew that booted me, but other people did. But since I'm a female, I was annoying. So it's all right. Whatever.
No, anyone bringing in what you were bringing in is a problem, Flatsy. It's not just because it's not someone put it down
If
to
you
you.
know anything about them on that front, yes, unless you're his wife, you're annoying and you're a woman.
Yeah, that's probably it, isn't it? They've got an issue.
Which I don't mind that. I guess I'd say I am pretty annoying, but
not at all. You're not annoying at all. You're the most non-annoying person ever.
To them, I probably am.
Yeah, they think you're great if you went in. You were telling them all the things they want to hear.
Yeah, you was a woman in there with lots of information. You was challenging them, and you was gonna show them evidence to, show them that Earth is actually measured, navigated, mapped, and dealt with flat. That's what you could have done, but they didn't allow you to do that.
It's just funny because my first day or first night in the Crucible Discord, I got to talk to Andrew Wilson like directly, and I got booted. How funny is that?
For what?
Uh, Making my case for flat Earth.
They booted you for making your case?
Yeah, and I guess being annoying.
Ugh.
I really tried not to be annoying. I was even like conceding and like saying sorry, or like I said that a lot, just trying to get through the conversation and get to the points that I wanted to. But I guess they still thought I was annoying.
I don't know what I don't know that guy or the platform he's on, but I don't know how they find you annoying if you were sort of in there and that was expected to be spoke about, unless it wasn't on the table to talk about all that, and you just jumped in, with some random stuff that wasn't on the table. But
No,
I mean, if
it led into that. I think somebody was there that was that had some sort of degree in physics, and they were talking about the laws of thermodynamics, and I kind of jumped in and I was like, well, that, the laws of thermodynamics proves the creator, that kind of thing. And I was talking about the principles of logic, and I was like, I've got a syllogism. So, yes, the syllogism that I used was kind of out of left field, but I was just proving that I could form a syllogism. And I gave them the syllogism for flat Earth. And that's
Okay.
when I got laid into.
it'd be nice to be a spider on the wall afterwards, wouldn't it, and listen to what they have to say.
Well, I got booted, so.
Of course he did. Of course he got thrown off. Because they're all frauds.
That's Discord for you.
True, Neil. That's true.
These people are Christians, yeah? Claim to be, yeah? Andrew Wilson?
Yeah, Eastern Orthodox, yes.
Yeah. So,
Well, then they got to show us biblically where the Earth's a sphere.
well, what I would say is that within Scripture, at one point, it talks about the sun standing still. Does that mean that their Earth stopped rotating? Because they're in direct violation to Scripture.
Yeah, that kind
Their
of
own
came
Bible.
up when it came to Scripture. That did come up a little bit.
What they say?
But I didn't focus on that too much because I don't like using the Bible. But that was just because, for some reason it came up. And
What was said?
nothing was really used to refute me. But it was kind of just shifted over to poking at what I was proposing. So he'll concede everything, which I like that about him and his style of debating. He'll concede everything, and then he wants to just poke at your worldview. So that's what I wanted him to do, and that's mainly like why I think it was brought up, because if they read their Bibles, the whole world is deceived, and occultism isn't just in feminism, which the roots of feminism is a cult. I was like, well, that's not the only thing that would be a cult that people would believe these days. There's a lot of occultism behind belief systems today in other areas, not just feminism.
Yeah, heliocentrism is the biggest cult.
Exactly. So that was kind of what I was bringing up. I was saying that, and the why it was introduced through the Roman Catholic Church, and or kind of like adjacent to it. So just bringing that up and how that had happened throughout history, and so I was just trying to give them like actual good proof to back that up, and I got booted. Just
Yeah, he
my
sounds
face.
like the same as Ken Holdine. They won't even touch the topic. It's like they put blinders on and they shove cotton in their ears and they don't want to hear anything about it. And that's just foolish, right? Because the Bible's clear. You need to hear both sides of a matter before you make a decision or pass a judgment. Correct? That's in the Proverbs.
You should have just presented him with a surveyor's manual that tell you that Earth's measured locally flat.
Well, before I was able to even get to posting any kind of citations or anything for them to look over, I got kicked out. So
And don't forget, predominantly, male chauvinist pigs in Christianity. The woman is a second-class citizen, not as bad as the Arabs and the Jews, but you're not supposed to be teaching in the church. You're not supposed to even open your mouth, woman.
yeah, I get it. Like, I'm not offended by that fact. That doesn't bother me. But I was actually making good points and having a good discussion, and people got emotional about what I was saying and kicked me out.
Plus, that makes you question, who did Jesus reveal himself to first? Who was the first one Jesus revealed himself to when he resurrected? Was it Peter, James, or John? Or was it Mary?
Either way, I'm not offended by the fact that, the way that they would treat me because I'm a lady instead of a man. I guarantee you that if somebody like QE went in there, he probably still would get booted. But actually, I think that Andrew would enjoy talking to, somebody like QE or Nathan Oakley, as long as it stayed in the spirit of like blood sports debate. But the channel explicitly tells you not to debate. Like, it's not for debating in there, it's just for discussions. But if Andrew Wilson's in there, he does actually like a good debate back and forth with someone.
Where is this anyway? What's the server?
The Crucible.
The Crucible.
But there is no debate about how Earth's measured, is there? It's not a debate anymore.
That's right.
And we can just offer facts and proof to show and give examples, like you was trying to do, how Earth's measured. What?
Whoa! You're onto something there, One Deck. That's true. If it's not a debate platform, right, and it's just a discussion, well, let's discuss the measurements of Earth because they are not debatable.
Well, no, latitude is an elevation angle taken at sea level, and an elevation angle isn't a curve measurement. The tool that's used, the sea sextant, is designed to measure elevation angles, not curves. And this is how latitude was measured, which is put onto maps for navigation and pinpointing your position on the surface of Earth. It's been used for years. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. Not a debate, that's what it is. Simple as that. Over. Latitude and the sextant kill it.
Adam showed up yet? Or QE for that matter.
Yeah, I'm here. I've texted QE because I've only got over an hour or so tonight because I'm Dad's taxi. So I just disappeared earlier.
Did you send QE a message?
Yeah, I've said, can you join? Only got just over an hour. You see, I think it's, I don't know if you can't tell whether they've seen it on that, can you?
We're just waiting for QE then.
Yeah. Andrew Wilson is also somebody that QE said that his wife's been listening to. And that if he put on some uniform or whatever, that he'd be worried or something. I can't remember. Something like that.
I'm jumping out, guys. Nice speaking to you all. I'll see you later.
I missed that. What'd you say?
You go on deck. He's off to create more poetry.
I don't know if you, Lati, in response to what you're talking about, have you heard of the book The Crucible?
Yeah, I've heard of that, but I just I haven't looked into it. I don't. Isn't it like also a screenplay and that kind of thing?
Yeah, I don't have it very fresh, but I just looked it up because what you were talking about, it reminded me. The name of the show reminded me of the book. It's basically about well, I'll read the little AI summary. The Crucible tells the story of Salem witch trials where Abigail Williams manipulates the town's fear of witchcraft to seek revenge against John Proctor after their affair ends. The play culminates with John Proctor choosing execution over falsely confessing to witchcraft to preserve his reputation and legacy. I mean, yeah. Reminds me a bit of just kicking you out, right? Before things get complicated.
Before they get good.
Yeah.
You know, even though it kind of went south, it was pretty cool that the first time that I joined in to the Crucible voice chat, that I got to talk to Andrew Wilson personally. That was pretty cool.
Adam, make sure you listen to today's show, the Uncut After Show.
Why? What happened?
No, I never, never thought Nathan could be so calm, cool, and collected as he was today. You'd be impressed.
Who do we have in?
A whirly whirl when he was trying to play a video.
Oh, that was probably the little bit of caught at the beginning. I was just driving then, as he was explaining the virtues of Virgin Media.
Here's what Neil heard. Get my effing book done, please.
Well, Flatsy, it's not that you got to speak to Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson got to speak to you. It's the other way around.
Okay, what do you want, Brian?
No, I just don't rate your man. I just don't. I'm not going to put that guy up on a pedestal.
I don't even know who he is, Brian. How
I
about
don't know who
that?
he is either. Who's Andrew Wilson?
Oh, you guys should listen to him. He's actually really he's good. He's good to follow for logical debates. He destroyed FTFE in a debate with I think it was his Christianity principles for society versus what is it? The natural humanist worldview.
Whoa.
He destroyed
Okay, he
FTFE.
destroyed Fight the Tight Shirt, but he would line up with him with it being a ball. Wow. That's pretty pathetic.
Yeah, it's one of those things where he's really good in most areas, but when it comes to flat Earth, he just won't hear it. You know.
Can you join us in G Plus Ventriloquorum?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
He still hasn't tried it. I'm gonna kick his butt.
Okay. On that note, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.